As day 2 arrives, the clash of the finest titans still begins. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PMCO, as I'm going to be your host and caster Necro, and of course, John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Fritz, and of course, a little bit of technical issues going on, so apologies for all the technical issues that are going on, but hey, now we're finally back, things are looking pretty good. But Fritz, how you doing, man?
Hey, I am super excited. I've seen the games yesterday. I've seen the teams perform, a lot of new teams joining in the action. I'm super pumped up for this day number 2. A little bit of a delay, but I'm sure our audience will understand. A little bit of technical difficulties on our side. But hey, now we will be jumping into the game really soon, and all these 16 teams will be fighting for the chicken once again.
Exactly. As I mentioned, some of the finest titans in South Asia are going to be duking it out once again inside the day 2, and the show's just beginning. So let's move on forward and take a look at the prize pool, because this is the thing that all of these teams are fighting for, and of course a couple of more advantages will be told to you in the future. But as we do see the prize pool in front of us, $20,000 on the line, from which the first spot getting $6,500, the second one getting $3,500, and the third one getting $2,000, and of course it's going to keep on descending downwards.
Yeah, but let's have a look at the other teams as well. I mean, it is going to be fun to see which team comes out on top. For now, I think it was Roy Esports still maintaining their top spot, so that is something all the other teams have to be careful about. But this is how the points are distributed in every game, so it's nothing new. If you get that chicken, you get those 10 points. Every elimination carries a point with itself, so it will be very rewarding if you're aggressive in the early stages of the game.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, you got to be aggressive. You got to focus on the elimination points a lot in order for you to get a lot of points, because you can clearly see the placement points aren't going to be enough in order for you to put you on the top. You need at least a bare minimum of 10 elimination points with a chicken dinner to have a humongous game underneath your belt. As we do move on forward towards the overall standings of the previous day, we do see Raw Esports currently at the top, still holding that marker with 60 points. Then you've got FPG, a team that astonished all of us, making a comeback with a back-to-back chicken dinner with 58 points, only 2 points shy from taking over that first spot. And then you've got ERANGEL, a team that we all expected to be in the top 3. They currently are over there.
They did not have good games towards the end of the day, so that is something ERANGEL would like to improve on today. But on the second page, this is where some of the teams that we did not expect here to be A1NB Esports, Leo Esports, DRS. These are the teams we expected them to be in at least top 5, Necro. But right now, 9th, 12th, 13th, these are the position that these teams are on.
As I mentioned, these are some of the finest times, and even if there are a couple of unknown teams, there are a couple of known teams. Still, you need to understand, unknown teams can also have a little bit of advantage over the known teams, because unknown teams, they pretty much know how the known teams play. And while on the other hand, the known teams have no clue how the new teams are going to be playing inside the PMCO itself. So that's a little bit of a disadvantage the known teams as well can face up. But then, once again, you talk about an advantage that known teams have. They have faced a competition level this high in the past as well. So they're pretty much going to be confident whenever they move inside the PMCO. And we clearly saw that confidence replicate as well from some of the best teams out there. Raw Esports was one of those. ERANGEL too, not shying away from the fights. These guys have done fantastic. But then FPG, as I mentioned, a team that just came in out of nowhere, just scooping up 2 back-to-back chicken dinner and showcasing all it takes is 2 good games for you to make the comeback in the overall standings.
Yeah, day number 1 was full of ups and downs. So we started off with Roy Esports completely dominating it out. Like after the first 2 games, it looked like nobody will be able to touch Raw after the day ends. But then comes a slump. 2 back-to-back games where they were able to just get 2 points overall in those 2 different games. The third game was also not that great. Oh no, never mind. The third game was still decent because they got that second position with good number of frags in that map of Miramar.
Yeah.
But then again, in the final game, they fell short quite a bit. And all in all, FPG in all of these games, they were performing like 5-6 on an average every game. But the last 2 games where they were able to get those chicken dinners just pumped them up, skyrocketed them up the leaderboard. So this is going to be interesting to see if FPG can continue with the same domination, can continue with the same consistency that they have till now, or will we see some new teams? Because I still very much think ERANGEL, Leo Esports, DRS, even though a little bit lower on the leaderboard, they still can be a threat if they play today properly.
That is true. You've got 6 games in your hands, and 2 solid games can actually propel you Nade? Overcooked. At least Jiggle should have an idea now what's going on around him. And that too, it's AGONXI, two Alpha Titans looking forward to clash against each other. Is this clash really going to happen though? AGONXI, even they're trying to be like the Lions that do want to name this territory, or at least they want to get as much control of this area as they can. And it's a good thing too, right? You might as well try to spread yourself a little bit far apart from each other and try and get as much as land control as possible. That's going to help you in the future so much. But especially when you are surrounded by another team like HORAA Esports, it really gets too tough when you do not even have the information on the enemies at all.
Look at the zone though. Now you really have to fight it out against the players of Team Raw. Because Raw can just crawl their way back inside the zone, but you will be pinched. Or you can just go down the hill, maybe rotate, go for a longer rotation, and I believe that's what AGONXI is going for, just all the way around, not taking that fight against the players of Team Raw. They have solid cover, Raw. They have a compound. One of the player is holding an off angle, so that's all good. DRS in the meanwhile with the vehicle is trying to get some information out of the to spray the player of DRS down. The nade confirms the knock for sure, but then DXG now in a 3v3. 1-9 wants to retaliate, wants to give some cover fire to his fallen comrade. Sujan needs to get that revive. Mighty is going for a very risky move over here. All out in the open. One nade could just spoil the party for DXD. With that brave decision, I thought would just come out good. But then XMPL lands a nade. Eliminates the player. Mighty, outside the blue, this could be hurtful. He is able to get inside the zone on time and will regroup with the team. So DXD, for a second, I thought might have that jump onto the players of Team DRS. But that first knock, that trade knock, and then the nade confirmation did not really go their way.
DRS in front of us, and now they're facing off against the players of Avon Esports, or Avon NB. Deadstorm being the last man alive. I'm not going to lie, for Avon NB, the communication has been an issue for almost 1.5 years now. I've been witnessing this team for a long time, and for Avon NB, the communication has been an issue since then. And still, up till now, it just feels like the issue hasn't been sorted out. I think so they just need someone who's going to be able to make the calls even better. But for now, AGONXI against the players of Raw. Jiggle knocked down and instantly finished off. So AGONXI getting a massive advantage inside the fight itself. Leo Esports too, looking for the third party, looking for to chime inside the fight. But Raw Esports, they've already lost out on one of the best players that they can have. And Sleepy is still alive. So you can't say that's like a saving grace for them. But Sleepy, he's all the way in the back lines, and even he's pinned down, so Sleepy cannot do anything. Zordy needs to be there for Sleepy's rescue.
Yeah, Sleepy will just drop a smoke and fall back. They have the zone, so unnecessary risk is something that you just should not take. Great job done by him falling back, just playing for survival right now. You know you're on top. In the meanwhile, though, Leo is dishing out good damage. A third party maybe from Falak. Yes, it is Falak who gets that knock on to Nova. And look at where the players of Team Leo are separated from each other, far away from each other. So the revival on Nova is not going to be easy at all. For AGONXI, Crypto is down, and I believe they've just given up on him. Aegon will be just carrying forward with only 2 players surviving in this game. They are desperately trying to find that frag onto Nova, who has been given a smoke wall to cross, and maybe now Haitami is going in for a revival inside the smoke. Will try to just test his luck.
Oh my god.
What a nade! Who threw it? It's the remaining players of Team Leo. They want to take the duel. They want to be in a 2v2 battle. On the other hand, DRS gets pounced upon by the players of Team DXG, but it seems like everything is under control for DRS. Oh, never mind. It's only one player surviving. He's tossing a lot of mollies over here, but then the nade from DXD would just take out the players of Team DRS. It's DRS out of the game.
DRS taken out of the game. DXD, they've still got a couple of more issues on lineup so far. The position that the players of DXD have, it's quite risky. They're in between of 2 teams, and that too, when DXD, they are going to try to make it inside the circle. The problems are just going to keep on stacking on top of each other. And Asanasuki gets the resurrection on the fallen player. AST in the back lines, they should be okay too. But as soon as Suki gets this res that I'm talking about, then problems are going to even increase for DXD. because those two guys can definitely try to be the guardian angels of the edge lines. AegonXI in front of us, and speaking of this team, they have currently managed to sort of suppress the players of Leo Esports at least for a couple of more seconds, because Leo isn't really trying to make a move on top of them. But AegonXI has to be the one to make a move against the players of Leo Esports, because they need to squeeze themselves in the safe zone, which can be a tough and a daunting task. But one of the players on the side of AegonXI, he does have the off angle. GG and DXD, the battle continues. As I mentioned, SNS Suki gets the resurrection onto the fallen comrade. These guys are trying to be the guardian angels and pretty much try to hold the opponent's players off at bay.
Ooh, kill feed once again. Just showing that the players of Team AegonXI 8 are in a misery. They were already reduced to just 2, and now I believe it's only a solo player surviving. That too against Leo, I don't think so that is going to last for long. Royce puts on the other hand, Zodi and Sleepy slowly and steadily making their way inside the zone. Plus, they have a lot of vegetation around them, a lot of trees to work with.
Vegetation.
I believe they will. Yeah, there's a lot of grass there, man. A lot of grass, a lot of bushes. What do I call it? It's just vegetation for me. But they just are snakes in the grass surviving. Malaboy attracting a lot of attention towards him, a lot of shots being thrown at that particular player. Suki falls. AST is still in action. Incus has been able to deliver another knock. And yeah, AST is looking good. I believe Suki will be completely eliminated. But then, Incus, he did not know about the players of Team DXD. Nobody will be able to spray him down.
Yeah, big blunder from Incus indeed. Getting up close and personal and then getting knocked out. This is what you call the hunger for the elimination, and that's something that really cost him his life. He was too greedy in getting the elimination point claimed, and now DXD out and over. They might as well just bring back to life. Incus is trying his best to back away, get the resurrection up, but might be a tough pill to swallow for the players of AST, because maybe Incus can be shut down right here, right now. AST, they've got their own problems to deal with as well, because on the sidelines, even Leo Esports is now starting to be a big problem. DXD looking forward to make that pounce against the players of AST. So many confusing things happening.
Ooh, let's see, man. Incus is still not getting that revival, I believe. Nobody in the meanwhile has been able to eliminate the squad of Team GG. That nade landed perfectly onto his opponents. Zio tossing utility left and right. Watched out the player of DXD. Mighty in trouble. One more bullet might just do the job, but he survives. Final pixel not found. In the meanwhile, nobody... What is he doing? All out in the open. Mighty is essentially able to trade him out. But then AST, I think the job is done. You are at the edge of the zone. Should not be a problem getting inside. In the meanwhile, nobody will attract a lot of attention. Nades being cooked. Incus has 6 nades. I don't think so this revival is going to come through. And it won't, because Incus just lands the first one. Says Kobe, tosses it out, eliminates 2 different players.
Pretty much. Incus, I mean, this deadly force is back upon his feet once again, so what do you expect? He's just wrecking havoc in the lobby so far. AST looking so good and so informed, but now Malaboy's position compromised as well, and from the back it's going to be a stab from Incus to shut the man down, the last remaining man from DXD. Devil X Dragon down and dusted as we shift on forward towards the players of Leo Esports now. And Leo, the Summer Down line, do know that in the front lines are the players of AST, and just like that, even AegonXI has been eliminated. Leo Esports out and over. This sudden shift in the playstyle, I'm just loving it. Leo Esports, good adaptation from them. And it just feels like yesterday, the downfall that we saw from Leo Esports has really affected them. And now they have came over here to show their perfect gameplay. And this is the Leo Esports that we've known in the past as well. If Leo Esports does manage to establish this comeback, I'm not going to be surprised, because this is what you expect from Leo Esports. Raw Esports being eliminated with 8 elimination points. That's a solid outing from Raw Esports too. So you can't say that consistency is still on the board.
Yeah, but I believe we just cast a curse, Leo. Necro. They just lost a player. Yetauta had a really good angle onto one of the opponent. But then he just got spotted down, and now Noah being sprayed upon. No cover to work with. Now pinned behind the rock, and I believe outside. So Leo will be losing another player if that's the case. Oh, never mind. He is still inside the zone, but phonage for Incus. With the accuracy in terms of the rebel utility that Incus has, I don't think so Noah is going to survive for long. That smoke will only help Incus and give him that false sense of security to toss a few nades, maybe. But that's not the case. He just falls back. Look at that though. He has 9 frags himself. His team has 14 frags. It will be a very big chicken if they're able to get this.
Yeah, AST definitely aiming for that nuclear game here. 14 eliminations wrapped up so far. Going for that 15, maybe 16. But yeah, AST, if they do manage to get this one, this is going to be a big propel for themselves in the overall standings, because even AST, they're not really in that much of a solid spot. Leo Esports, Nova trying to create that off angle. But right now, Noah's main concern should be to make it inside the safe zone. Leo Esports looking forward to make the moves. And the players now spotted out too. AST losing out on a couple of players themselves. Incus knocked out. It's all down to Ajaya now from the side of AST. Leo, they've got 2 players up and alive. Ajaya trying his best to play as safe and sound as possible in AST. This might just be it. And yes, it is. Leo Esports, that push they made on the time. Perfectly done, especially the man who was pinned behind the rock. Even he chimed in, shut down Incus at the right moment. Everything just went so according to the plan. Leo Esports, solid stuff. That push was mainly made to let that player who was pinned behind the rock activate himself. And that's what exactly happened. As soon as the push was made, every single player from AST was just focused on that push. And that's where the man behind the rock just came back to life.
Wow, what a game by the players of Team Leo. Perfectly played. The vehicle sound, I believe, made in Cus turn towards the vehicle. That's the exact point when the player of Team Leo just turned over to the player of Team AST. Perfect timing, perfect knock. The trade was also there. And in a 1v2 situation, 2 different times, that's never a good thing to go around with. So AST just stays down in a hole.
Lala, Leo le khaya the egg chicken.
And a much needed chicken egg, because this is the team we were talking highly about, and finally they got
DRS ko tahan
the very first game of the set the tone right.
Was ASC though, you gotta give it to him. ASC and Leo Esports both though. And ladies and gentlemen, you guys all know the tradition. Now it's time for us to talk to the short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
DRS like only lead goal sa brother. DRS sa ano ganti de. DRS ideal sa gaya.
घन्टे भइसक्यो अनि रुल्स खेल्छ किन यार सोध्दिम न त अनि रुल्स खेल्छ
ब्रदरबाट भयो भने को खान्छ HORAA स्पोर्ट्स ए ब्रदर प्लेयरहरुलाई राइट पोजिसनबाट खेल्न मिल्छ मिल्दैन त प्लेयरहरुलाई थाहा हुन्छ नि त प्लेयरहरुलाई थाहा हुन्छ नि त उनीहरुको पोजिसन अघिल्लो जोनमा थियो देन मेबी त्यसपछि यो स्विच हालेको गरिएन कि बट स्टिल पुस गरेर त्यो फाइट जित्न सकेको भए 8 पोइन्ट आएको थिएन त 8 किल आएको थिएन त सिधा सिधा स्लिपी र इन्कस चाहिँ फर्ममा छन् यो टुर्नामेन्टमा रे स्लिपी त ओभर खेलिरहेछ इन्कसले यो म्याचमा मिठो हान्यो नो डाउट होइन 10 किलको रेकर्ड बनाउँथ्यो कि भनेको बहुत ठुलो फिट हुन्थ्यो नि त त्यो बहुत ठुलो अचिभमेन्ट हुन्थ्यो नि त बट अनफर्चुनेटली 16 क्लबमा 9 नेपाली टिम छन् राम्रो नगरे के गर्ने स्टारबाट आइसक्यो थाहा हुन्छ रुल्स रिटायर भएको त रिटायर भएको होइन अब रेगुलर अथवा धेरै खेल्दैन अब 5th म्यान टाइपले बस्छ अरे टिमलाई टेक्निकल पार्ट हुन्छ नि बढी त्यो पार्ट चाहिँ हेल्प गर्छ अरे है त टेक्निकल पार्टबाट क्या द्याट मिन्स रोटेसन एनालिस्ट कोच टाइपले बढी हेल्प गर्छ चाहिँ मैले सुने अब लास्टको प्रोसेसनमा चाहिँ काम चेन्ज भयो भने द्याट्स अ गुड थिङ बिकज यदि टिममा 5 जना छन् भने यु पे इक्वल स्यालेरी टु एभ्री 5 प्लेयर होइन बट यदि प्लेयर खेल्दै छैन 5औं प्लेयर खेलिरहेको छ भने खाली छ भने उसले त केही त गर्नु पर्यो नि त होइन स्यालेरी फुल पावा सबै बट काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो नि त जब गेम खेलेर हुँदैन यो मैले एभ्री टिमलाई भन्छु म यो मेरो पहिलेबाटको पिओबी थियो नेपालमा कोच र एनालिस्ट हायर गर्ने ट्रेन्ड छैन या अफोर्ड गर्न सक्दैनन् या हायर गर्दैनन् होइन त्यो एउटा ठाउँमा छ ओभरअलमा एटलिस्ट उनीहरूले यो चाहिँ गर्नुपर्छ कि 5th प्लेयर भइसकेपछि त्यो 5th प्लेयरले चाहिँ एक्स्ट्रा रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी निभाइदियो भने बसी मात्रै हुन्छ नि त
यतैबाट हेरौँ हामी कपिराइट जान्छ हातको हेरौँ त अरे अरे माइक अफ गर्नै भुलेछु त आज म्याच लास्ट ढिलो सक्यो लास्ट छ यार
as much he can.
Sorry guys, sorry guys,
prioritizing the loot, I like that. ISSL Noob Alliance.
माफी बन्द भएछ किन हो हैन सो अब चाहिँ अलिअलि कमेन्ट्रीमा पनि हान्छु ल अलिअलि के दिवस धेरै त नै अलिअलि कमेन्ट्री हान्छु म ल यो POC को के अरे नामै थाहा छैन यो एनबी स्पोर्ट्स पैसा चाहिँ M249 बोकेको छ है गए नि उडाइ त लागे यिनीहरू चाहिँ हजुरहरूले चाहिँ लस के भन्ने ठाउँ छ नि मिरामार दियोस् म धेरै मिरामार चल्दैन बट यो ठाउँमा पनि गएको है मिरामार म्यापमा मन मिरामार क्या कत्रा खेल्छु मिरामार मैले अनि यहाँ छ POC को डाइभले ISS र POC को पऱ्यो है गाइस ल भेट्यो कताबाट भेट्यो POC ले भेट्नु त भेट्यो कहाँबाट भेट्यो अहिले यहाँ कोही गाइड लिएर आउँछ ढुक्क हुँदैन POC को अर्को टिम र ISS को अर्को टिम पछाडिबाट आइरहेको छ सायद झार्छ पनि होला राम्रो स्पिरिट छ भने त झार्छ नत्र अब सम्झ्यो होइन झार्न सक्छ किनभने POC कहाँ छ POC यताबाट आइरहेको अनि ऊ कहाँ छ त्यो झरिसक्यो नि ISS को टिम झरिसक्यो ओके POC ISS पर्छ POC को दुईटा प्लेयर मात्र छन् अहिले यहाँ यो दुईटा कसम दुईटा मात्रै हो र POC को चारवटा प्लेयर छन् त्यहाँ ISC को एउटा प्लेयर झऱ्यो ISS को एउटा प्लेयर झऱ्यो
This can be an easy confirmation. No issues on that regards.
Okay. अब माथि यो हाइट गएर मैले दामी हान्छ यति पायो भने टपमा गएर फर्स्ट ब्लड POC ले गरायो
ISS find that first blood definitely helps them quite a lot for the future maneuvers inside this fight. Lucifer is up close and personal. He can definitely be a massive threat. Because Horde's left side is quite exposed, and that's where the sideline
Jimmy
really does chime in.
Jimmy र Lucifer POC को एउटा मात्र प्लेयर छ क्यानभस आयो पनि आयो ल ठीक छ अब 4v3 हुनु आयो 4v3 को म्याच त्यही पनि गोली खाइरहेको छ ठिक छ POC को अर्को प्लेयर हाल्दैछ यिनीहरू
Looks like POC, they don't want to take any sort of chance and they are trying to get towards the circle because even the circle is quite few meters away from them. So prioritizing the circle at this point is something which POC players are right now focusing on after getting that one defeat point. And on the other side, ISS, they also need to look out for the vehicles because the rotation and the journey inside the circle is not going to be so easy at all. But the gate case scenario is something that Noob Alliance also need to consider.
FPG, a team that is currently on the 3rd spot in the overall standings. The previous game, they were able to get none. Now maybe inside this game, they can get a couple of more points. As I mentioned, consistency is the key to go. 5 more games in your hands. Even if you do manage to get, like 11 points every single game, that can actually make you the champions. Unless Raw is able to get a chicken dinner, then yes, that can be a whole nother story. But
still, they've already lost out in the first game, but still they're in the top 5. They're in the 3rd spot. That's something that can be a big sigh of relief for them.
Okay. VIKINGxSS यसको नाम के हो बे मलाई थाहै छैन यार तर PMCO टिमहरु को छन् कहिले थाहै छैन यार पहिला भन्नाले मलाई थाहा छैन त्यो POC को PCO हो PMCO हो नाम जुटा राइदिरहेको छुट्टै छ गरे VIKINGxSS रहेछ VIKINGxSS
On the other side, speaking of
16 वटा टिम 63 जना बाँकी DRS र भाइकिङ को पर्ला आशा छ यदि DRS ले देखेछ भने DRS र भाइकिङ को पर्छ UG र AG81 को पर्छ AG AI को यदि अब भेट्यो भने DRS ओके DRS सेन्टर FG र DRS पनि पर्छ अब
Interesting
DRS
shift.
FG going for
FPG being the proactive ones, trying to get the
FPG
prime
को
control
FPG को
in their hands.
DRS
They've
र
actually managed
FPG
to do
पनि
so
पर्छ
as well, so they've got the best compound they can ask for.
हजुर horror पनि आइरहेको छ उताबाट horror टिम
They want to try to be the
शब्द
group first and try to
आहा नेपाली
that
टिममा
might
शब्द
just try to rotate in the better spot, or at least rotate towards the centric spot of the circle. That's what FPG
कडा
can try to do.
भएन नि यो
So far,
Okay,
FPG is
DRS.
prioritizing the better spot.
DRS निस्किरहेको जस्तो छ
DRS is all doing the same thing. It's like a massive wave. Just trying to push the side from the southern side. And soon enough, we're going to see a lot of fights. That's for sure. UNB might just be a big threat because they're moving towards a dangerous spot.
हमारा दिमाग खराब
Certainly they are, and so many rotations are also coming from this southern eastern side. The
ल
possibility
है
of
कसले हान्छ है त कसले हान्छ गडा हो कसले हान्छ
the team of Sky and HORAA, they are already going for a very good rotation.
ओके ओके भाइकिङ जाँदैछ DRS कता थियो DRS
They can already try and have
ओ
a
ओ ओ ओ ओ भाइकिङ कहाँ छ भने
But speaking of Vikings also,
Viking
they
यहाँ
have
चाहिँ DRS कहाँ छ त फेरि
but they need to be careful of a team also.
A51 र ATSR लाई पर्ला ATSR कि A1B को A1B पर्ला A1NBE A51 र ANBE पर्ने भयो गाइजहरु अहिले घच्ची रसान्छ होला हैन अच्छा छोड्यो कि ड्रन दिन मात्र आएको थियो
I told you, the spot they're moving to is quite
यहाँ चाहिँ के ड्रन दिन मात्र आएको
got
थियो
so many teams approaching it from that same spot. And that compound is not that good as well.
ओए एकछिन एकछिन
It's
अच्छा
not
अच्छा
something that's going to give it the prime control.
Remember
but
I said
something
you
that
were
can
going?
definitely sail your boat, so I guess
Okay, okay.
as long as that's
A51.
happening, it should be good.
ओके
When it's going to lead the sails,
AI8 ले हाने उसलाई रलाई हाने स्लिपी फ्रम र गयो क्रिप्टोले यसलाई हाने
Sleepy's knocked out for now. Sleepy is one of the
POC ले AI8 ले हाने
being on excited, but then you can also see in the elimination
र
ring, there's also
जिगललाई पनि हान्यो
POC.
POC ले AI8 कन्फर्म गर्यो क्या रले रको उसले हान्यो रले पनि हान्यो आगन AI8 ले फेरि उसलाई हान्यो
The 2 plus of Raw Esports have already been knocked down, and looks like Jiggle, he has been
Okay.
confirmed. So Raw Esports is
जिगल कन्फर्म भइसकेको रहेछ लियो यतातिर छ त्यसपछि अबे यार कस्तो फाइट पनि हो र स्पोर्टको अब एउटा प्लेयर छ जिगल ए असासियन छ असासियन ल ल ल ल ल ल रस छ अगाडिको प्लेयर पनि छ ल गयो ओ रलाई खतरा
But before that, IQ comes in with a DPS right in the face and marks an end for
दामी खेल ठिकै खेल्यो त्यस
Yeah, Raw Esports, the
ठिकै
tabletoppers.
खेल्यो रले ठिकै खेल्यो अरे या पाकिस्तान टिम त अब
Being excited is the one to actually put that nail in the coffin too. Even though POC
ल ल
was
आगन
the
आएट
third party from the back.
आगन आएट अब आगन उयो DRS सँग पर्ला जस्तो है आगनको त
Inside this game, but let's see how this
पर्दैन
momentum is
पर्दैन
going to
सर
carry
नपरोस्
on
नपरोस्
forward.
यार DRS सँग नपर्छ यार नम्बरमा कस्तो DRS हो कि DRS पनि छ कि AST पनि छ DRS होइन होइन ISSL
ISSL neutralizes what it
आ DRS त पछाडि
These can be the elimination points that Aegon side can't try
एकछिन
to
रुकै
grab onto.
पछाडि पछाडि DRS पनि छ
Aegon side are trying to do as well.
DRS र AST ले खायो AST ले हान्यो उसले कसलाई हान्यो ISS ले हान्यो AST ले IST को टिमले हान्यो AST को टिम पनि नक छ एकजना नक छ INCUS भन्ने इन्सोस भन्ने ल AST ले अब उसले हेरिरहेको छ ISS ले अन्य ISS ले हेरिरहेको छ तर माथि एउटा AI8 पनि छ AST ले फेरि जिमीलाई हान्यो जिमीलाई सायद हिलिङको कमी पर्यो AST रस हानिरहेको छ AST को त्यो स्लेयर भनेर रस हान्यो ढुक्क यो प्लेयर नक हुन्छ मलाई लागिरहेको छ जहाँसम्म लाग्छ नक हुन्छ किनभने थाहा भइसक्यो होला नि त यिनीहरूलाई हेरेर छ ओप्स ओहो ओके 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 ल ल ल ल ल ल ल रस हान न AST बस पछाडिबाट नि हो पुरा AST लाई त हेरेको छ नि त यार ल ल ISS ले त घेरा नि त पुरै अगाडि पछाडि जता गर्दा नि AI8 ले हान्छ अहिले एकछिन कहाँबाट यिनीहरूलाई खास गरेर बम बम पड्छ डिभिएस पड्काउने कि ल ल जिमीलाई उगा जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई जिमीलाई हो नेड आयो AST लाई नेड आयो POC ले हान्यो AI8 लाई हान्यो POC ले AI8 फ्लकलाई हान्यो फ्लकलाई
You should show that confidence in the fight.
POC कोरले फलकलाई कन्फर्मै गर्यो
Was also dealing so much
क्रिप्टोलाई पनि हान्यो
damage, chipped up quite a lot.
DXD ले हान्यो लियोलाई
You might as well try to prioritize the position.
ओके ओके ओके
This fight can be yours.
ओके ISS को एउटा प्लेयर नक जिमी बाँकी छ ल
With a sinking blow too, but no, unfortunately, was one of their own player. Almost
गयो फाइनली आइएस
you go on to eliminate.
ओइ दुईजनाले हान्दै यार एसटीलाई हैन आइएसएस बच्यो गयो आइएसएस पो गयो हेर नि म त सब भइरा ल खतरा जोस ठिकै हाल्यो खतरा भएन तर हाम्रो DRS को लडाई देखिरहेको छैन नि ओइ युजी किलरले हाल्यो बस गेम त देखा न गेम देखो चार से तेरी मैच किलर कहाँ था DRS एसएमपी लाने दे गैंगस्टर XMP लाने XMPL लाने ओके DRS XMPL नक्छ XMPL नक्छ फेरि आइगे छ त यो प्ले जोनले मारे यार DRS को एउटा प्लेयरलाई खायो एएसटी को प्लेयरहरुलाई नि खायो प्ले जोनले DRS गेमिङ को गयो XMPL नक्छ त्यसपछि अगाडि DSD र UG छ अब खै के हुन्छ UG को प्लेयरहरु पनि सबै रिभाइभल छ तकमा कसम ढुक्क DRS ले खान्छ ल खायो DRS अब DRS किलरले म त के भन्दैन यार मलाई यसको के DRS को किलर को POV देखायो नि त्यो XMPL जाक्यो XMPL फिनिशै भइसक्यो अब DRS को अब यही हो गेम आज अन्तिम भन्नाले नि ओके 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 त्यसले ल DRS को दुईटा मात्र टिम छ दुईटा मात्र प्लेयर एउटा किलर B18 भन्ने XMPL त जाकी यार तीनटा ओके आगनाइट गयो आगनाइट Undergang Slayers
even XIA, they have been eliminated after getting 6 eliminations on the 14th spot. Now we have 13 kills, 46
oh yes
only 2 players out of 2, 1 player already there.
Okay.
DRS fighting from the view.
Delta हेर
When he's trying to make a safe escape.
डेल्टा त होला हैन D1868 भन्ने डेल्टा त होला डेल्टा र किलर मात्र रहेछ XMPL र एस भन्ने गइसकेछ
Only 2 players remaining from the side.
ओके प्ले जोनले एउटा ओके किलर को 1 किल XMPL को 1 किल छ भनेपछि चाहिँ फिनिश हान्नै पर्छ ओ
Towards another team, but it looks like
रस गयो
point onto the players.
रस हान सिट यस किलरले खतरा हाने अहिले चाहिँ मैले माने खतरा ल किलर खतरा हाने है किलरले हान्यो कता हान्यो हाने एकछिन लुकाइ मेरो
Unfortunately, things slipped out of their hands quite a bit. Head was fine,
Okay.
but, not able to
Okay,
capitalize
HORAA
on
उसको
that.
पर्छ जस्तो छ अब
Find those souls.
HORAA के रे जीजी को HORAA को उलाई खायो है मालिक हो कि कोले खायो मालिक हो कि मलिकले खायो
Close call. Melfi was able to just sneak away in
रुक
time.
टिम एज ओन
This
पीएम
is one of those teams that has never shied away from the fights even though they're not doing good.
अब यो स्यान्डविच भयो क्या जीजी स्यान्डविच भयो जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई किन ओके एफपीजी पनि रहेछ त एफपीजी नखान यार कसैले अब किलर र मात्र छ नि उताको डेल्टा हो कि को हो त्यो D81 भन्ने एफपीजी लियो ओके DRS का छ DRS ओके किलर उ एएसटी सँग पर्छ कि A1B A1NB सँग पर्छ कि उसँग एएसटी सँग पर्छ यार ओके एएसटी को एउटा प्लेयर गइसक्यो भित्र किलर र डेल्टा उता एएसटी तिर गइराछन् कि न मर्नलाई हो कि सायद एएसटी त बाहिरै छ यार जोन बाहिरै छ क्या कि छैन यस DRS
is where I'm concerned.
DRS र A51 को पर्ला छ
Possibility of third party will also tend to increase. But right now DRS Gaming Nepal, killer YT, well, he's having a little bit of the trouble with his vehicle. And speaking of Killer Whitey, he impressed me a lot
AST को एउटा प्लेयर त पछाडी छ बास
PMPL with his performance, but this season of PMCO looks like he's completely missing out. On the other side, Ryuk
रियोकले हान्दा फोरोले हान्दा चाहिँ फोरोको रियोकले
shots is dishing out a lot of
अलि
damage.
फास्ट हानेर मार्थ्यो हैन पिएसीलाई अब जेसले लाइक इन्भिटेसन दिए जस्तो भयो के अब चाहिँ म यहाँ छु अहिले त मार भने जस्तो भयो के त
That has astonished me personally. Let's see what they can do. And this is a team that is currently in the top 5 too, so this team is a walking threat for a lot of the teams. For Raw, a team that
A51 को
cannot be
प्लेयरहरु छ
underestimated.
A51 को कान्छा भन्ने कान्छा हो कि कान्छा हो यो
Because soon enough, things are going to be even more tougher.
कोसँग परिरहेको छ AST सँग परिरहेको छ सायद
For them,
AST सँग
all the
माफी
players
हानिन्छ
are
रे
alive, so
यार
they
फोर
can
को
say
प्लेयरलाई हान्यो
that's
DRS ले उला हान्यो AST को प्लेयरलाई हान्यो AST ले फेरि उला हान्यो DRS मा झोल डेल्टालाई कसले जगाइदिएको छ फेरि यार
confirmation is going to be tough to follow up because once again you do not really
नो
have
फियरलेस
sight lines on that team, but
सन्चिरा हो
these are just
भन्नलाई हानेछ
the
फोरले एरोलाई हानेछ होरले एरोलाई हानेछ
on that day. Another utility
रुम्स
toss into the next toss.
A51 कान्छाले POC को कोरलाई हानेछ त्यसपछि लिएर
On the verge of getting eliminated, probably.
ओके रस गइरहेछ ओके DX नोबेडले लियोको टिमलाई मारेछ A51 कान्छाले POC काले हान के भन्नेलाई हानेछ POC ओके टिम एलिमिनेट भयो क्या सायद लियोले FPG को प्लेयरलाई जगायो A51 ले POC खतम POC प्लेयर लबीबाट आउट भयो DX नोबेडले लियो लिक्विडलाई हान्यो त्यसपछि FPG ले लियोको नोभालाई हान्यो FPG ले लियोको नोभा साइक्लोनलाई पनि FPG को साइक्लोन गयो लियो एउटाले त्यसपछि FPG
also goes down, and with that,
FPG.
looks like FPG, they have also been eliminated on the 10th spot, and Leo's well, they get
Leo
points
तिर
as well.
हानेछ
On the
लियो
other side,
तिर
also coming under
that's
heavy fire from the side of
ST.
HORAA, and Malik behind that vehicle is trying to find some opening through those grenades.
बस खतरा हो
And yes, he does. Takes down Raw. Buys enough time to go for the rescue mission on
तर
his
माको
fallen
यो
teammates.
यो कास्टरहरु चाहिँ नेपाली हुनुपर्ने के यार भएन यार
Closing
यो
on the
त
distance, looking for the confirmation point onto Raw.
कास्टर नेपाली हुनुपर्ने वास्तवमा ल ल ल ल हो स्काई होरले नेट तन्का खाएर जान्छ कि ल है ल लियो स्पोर्ट निस्क्यो लबीबाट ल ल ल ल ल ल कडा ओके फोर निस्क्यो ए रयामन निस्क्यो माफिया निन्जा होरले हानेछ
Consistency has clearly dropped off from HORAA. Even yesterday, we did not really see towards the end of the day HORAA popping off, so that's a big issue for them. HORAA esports though.
यो चोटि होरले खतरा खेल्छ जस्तो छ यार सीआरले पनि खतरा गरिराखेको छ यिनीहरूलाई
No fear was the only
अब सीआर पनि पब्जी वाला हो पब्जी खेल्छ राति गर्छ दिरा होला नि त प्र्याक्टिस गरिरहेको थियो होला
Yeah, they are being little second, and for now, speaking of
DRS
players of HORAA esports as
यो
well,
चोटदेखि खै किन कामै नलाग्ने भइसक्यो खै PMPL देखि यो सालको PMPL देखि हो कि कहिलेदेखि यो साल पुरा खत्तम भइसकेको छ यार DRS त तै पनि मलाई फेरि किन फेभरेट लाग्छ के यो हुन्छ नि भाइकिङ्सको चलिरहेको छ जिजीसँग गाइड गेमिङसँग र भाइकिङको एउटा नि प्लेयरमा छैन तर DXD माइटले A1B कोलाई A1 एनिबीलाई हान्यो ओके उताबाट साइडबाट थर्ड पार्टी पनि आइराखेको हो होर्राबाट ओके A1 and B ले पनि हान्यो DXD को प्लेयरलाई र होर्राले पनि हानिरहेको छ जिजीलाई होर्राले पनि दिइरहेको ट्रबल र माफिया निन्जाले जिजीलाई के रे ढाल्यो
For hard knocked out on the verge of getting eliminated too. HORAA esports, they're quite desperate.
अहिले त बच्चा होला जिजी बच्चा होला अहिले
squeezes himself behind that
तेरा हो बच्चा होला
but eventually the resurrection should be there too because the cavalry is doing a fantastic job in providing that support.
VIKIङलाई रस जान्छ जस्तो छ डेभिल एक्स ड्रागन लबीबाट निस्कियो A1B ले हान्दैछ नि त केटा हो भाइकिङ पनि रहेछ भाइकिङ र जिजीको चलिरहेको छ यहाँ I don't think कि भाइकिङले जित्छ होला यार यहाँनिर किनभने चाहिँ भाइकिङ जिजीसँग जस हाइटको छ नि त एडभान्टेज छ हाइट एडभान्टेज छ होइन यसले यताउति प्लेयरहरू अनि पछाडि चाहिँ हेर्नुपर्छ फेरि अगाडि मात्रै हेरेर भएन
not in the best of the position because I can see a team in the view also in the close vicinity. So yeah, there's a possible threat for A1 and
जीजीले पुरै घेराख नि त हो भाइकिङलाई
have a certain height advantage as well. And
पछाडि एउटा होर्रको टिम आइराख फेरि
looks like one of the player from A1 and B has already been knocked out. VIKINGxSS still trying to provide support to the teammates as he takes out with a beautiful grenade. Now follow-up grenade should be coming in, but looks like a Molotov has been exchanged between GG and Vikings as Soul is trying to give revive to his fallen.
माथि एउटा होर्रा एउटा माफिया निन्जा एउटा थर्ड पार्टी आउँछ मन खोज हो
3 players in that compound.
एएससी जाले हान्यो एएन बीलाई
Players of HORAA esports. Man, this whole terrain is just cursed.
होर्रा र जीजी को पर्यो पर्छ
Might
जस्तो
as well
छ
not find yourself in this
पर्छ
one.
नै कि पढि नै सक्यो पर्छ
Onto the players
परे जीजी सँग पर्यो
pushed on.
होर्राको
Come on,
होर्राको
not
पर्यो
players
होर्राको
of
पर्यो
AST. So even for A1 esports, the problems keep on
HORAA
knocking
र
at the door. But at least this time they're
के
so
परिरहेन है यिनीहरूको फाइट यदि नजिक नजिक हुँदा नि
that can be a decent outing for the players.
ओके एएन
Yes,
वान
just
विन
like
स्किल
that. They have been
GG
eliminated from the
उतारेछ
game too, and I think so is Zero,
Okay.
who managed to single-handedly eliminate the entirety of A1 and B. Zero has 6
चार जना
elimination points so
डिफिटेड
far.
छन् यिनीहरूका 4 किल लड्दा लाग्यो र डीआरएस मा 4 किल छ बट 4 किल लड्दा लाग्यो भने 4 किल भएको छ अनि यिनीहरूको त कान्छा ए51 को कान्छाले नै सिंगल चार किल हारेछ ओके 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 जाम छ भन्नु जाम जाऊ केटाहरु रस आना ग्यास जान छिटो गेम सकाउ आज 10:30 बजेतिर सकिन्छ यार गेम कस्तो के टेक्निकल प्रब्लम भएर भएको हो तिम्रो च्याट हेर्नु पाएन है गाइज यति कसले च्याट गरिरहनु भएको भनेपछि हेर्नु पाएन हेरिरहेको छैन मसँग हेर्नु थाहा छैन एउटा मात्रै पिसी छ त्यही अब गरिरहेको छ दास अब जिजीले रस आउनु लाग्यो माथिबाट होर्रा स्पोर्टबाट एचीबाट ओके माफिया निन्जा नजिक आइरह स्काई पनि नजिक आइसक्यो माफिया निन्जा यति नै छ जस जिजीको एउटा टिम गइसकेको छ एउटा टिम नक भइसक्यो ए51 ले हाने एएसटी को जियोलाई 7 किल गयो एएसटी माफिया निन्जा प्रत्येक हान्दा छ ल होर्राले स्काई होर्राले जिजीलाई हाने भिपी र जिजी को यहाँ चलिरहेको छ फेरि
Not exactly sure what's going on over there. Fraud locked out, solid stuff. Vikings.
अब त रुक्क हो नि ओके अब भाइकिङ जिजी आउट भयो हजुर
Tried their best to obliterate this compound. They tried their best to invade the territory of Vikings, but the Vikings instantly shook them away.
Like it did not even mean anything. From the far face, the players of A51 trying to go for the constant spray too. But still, Vikings, they're quite chipped up. They're quite low, and especially even from the back is the wall of death, pressuring them to leave that area.
Certainly, and even Concha from the side of A51 is putting a lot of pressure onto the players of Vikings. Looks like Vikings, they won't be able to make it inside the safety of the circle, and there comes the elimination with only one element. They get bit by on the third spot. But 9 defeat points to the players of A51. They are looking pretty strong, and all the 4 players alive, they have the numbers advantage as well, as they're trying to pin down the players of HORAA. But look at the position of Sky HORAA. He's a little far away, but looks like he has been spotted down by Rex, so no element of surprise over there. Malik also trying to cook a grenade, and so is his teammate, as A51 Rex with the UMP45s already closing in this distance, as his teammates are going for the flank angle and trying to surround the players of Team HORAA.
Oh, A51. At this point in time, I like the split from the side of HORAA Esports. Sky a little bit far away, pretty much just holding the sidelines, making sure if anyone overextends from the right side, Sky is going to be the one to catch him off guard. But now at the end of the day, Sky as well looking forward to reunite with his team, because HORAA Esports, they need some backup. They need some cavalry. Concha knocked out, a star player for this team who's been making the call so far, who's been leading the team so far. Concha getting knocked out, this is not a good news. And that was their elimination leader too inside the game. That means A51 might just drop down a little bit low when it comes to the morals. But HORAA Esports, the constant pressure that they're looking for to apply has now been put to sleep for a little bit, because the players of A51, they're playing a little bit passive. They're not really peeking out any angles, just playing so defensive. Probably they want the players of HORAA Esports to push in their crosshairs, which is highly unlikely to happen. So both these teams, once again, are now probably going to be in a Mexican standoff.
Sky HORAA, along with his teammate Malik, and all charging in towards the side of A51. As soon as the smoke will disseminate, the players will be spotted down. For now, there is a lot of patience that is being showcased by both these teams, kind of a stalemate situation, as they are trying to capitalize on each other's mistake. On Rex, I can see only one Molotov, so not too many throwables or utilities present with the players of A51. And Rex, again, trying to find some information, some angle onto the players of HORAA. But Malik finally finds it and takes down DT19 and gets an instant confirmation point as well. And now only 2 players remaining from the side of A51 as grenades are being flung over, but no connection whatsoever. Sky HORAA also looking very good.
Oh, smokes. It's a massive trail. HORAA Esports do realize from the back is the wall of death trying to close in, and their backs are against the wall too. So A51 right now can be in the driver's seat of things. So I like that smoke trail that was being created by the side of HORAA Esports, just denying the vision completely of A51. But the smokes are now starting to run out, so you need to be a little bit more quick, HORAA Esports. Tossing out another smoke. Rums is ready with the DBS in his hands. All it takes is one solid shot to the chest, and that might just seal the deal. A51, they've spread themselves out quite far apart from each other. Rums getting found instantly, and that's where the players of HORAA Esports get the advantage. And just like that, A51 has been eliminated. HORAA Esports to come out on top, and this team was already in a pretty solid spot in the overall standings. Now I just want to find out where exactly have they found themselves in the overall standings.
Well, we'll see. We'll find out very soon. But HORAA, yes, they do have good elimination points as well in their pockets. And speaking of their yesterday's performance, it was not so good in the map of Miramar. Yes, they had a very high fragging game, but finally they were looking for a winner chicken dinner, and they get it. I'm very sure they are going to propel themselves in, I think, top 4 or top 3 maybe after this win.
Pretty much, I guess they should be able to do so. I think so, maybe on the second spot as well. I would not be surprised if they are on the second spot in the overall standings. But that was a 19 points chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. And as you guys all know, HORAA Esports, that was a well-needed chicken dinner too. As I mentioned, today's day is the most important day without a doubt. And yes, as I said, they're pretty much going to be on the second spot. HORAA Esports toppling over VIKINGxSS. And with that being said too, ladies and gentlemen, 9 elimination, 19 points in total with total damage of 2,315. HORAA Esports, they are way too close from claiming that first spot in the overall standings. One bad game from Raw, and HORAA Esports can topple them over. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, you guys all know the tradition. Now it's time for us to toss to a short commercial break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Frozen Kingdom updates. Residents of Erangel, are you having a great time at the Frost Festival? In this season of miracles, come and see what new surprises await in the Frozen Kingdom. Flying reindeer. In the beautiful snowy village, you'll come to discover a new vehicle exclusive to this season, the sleigh. Don't forget to split up with your teammates to find the reindeer and connect it with the sleigh. With that, you'll unlock the magical flying reindeer. ride it with your teammates, and soar up to 10 meters above the ground and enjoy a panoramic view. If you want to acquire the flying reindeer even faster, head to the Lucky Ice Tower and be the first to ring the bell. A beautiful flying reindeer will respond to your call by descending from the sky. Surprise stockings. Moreover, there are many magical changes in Snowy Village. Find the surprise stockings on the walls inside houses and interact with them according to the hints from the phonograph. With that, you'll unlock additional supplies. Festive tree. Presents will also grow on the large fire tree in the center of the village. Admire its beauty as you pass by. Don't forget to shoot the presents, as there might be another surprise waiting for you. Soar high in a frosty fight. We're sure you are itching for the new snow battles. For more updates on the Frost Festival, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching PMCO South Asia 2023. My name is Shadow. Alongside me is Fritz. And Fritz, just now, HORAA Esports, they got a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves. And Raw Esports, they were performing so good in the map of Miramar yesterday, and suddenly they find themselves at the bottom in this one.
Yeah, it's kind of something that Raw has been doing. Performs good on one map and then suddenly drops on the other game. But it's fine. They're on top. They should be still having a lead of what, like 5-6 points against Team HORAA, because they got that chicken and now they are on the second spot. We just saw them on the second spot overall. So that was great job done by them. Miramar, again, one of the maps where we thought we might see a new victor, and that's what happens. HORAA Esports comes in and gets that chicken. Even before the show started, me and Necro were talking about this, that these teams, HORAA Esports, on the 6th position at that time, we had Team AST. All these teams are very frag heavy teams which love to get those frags for themselves and consistently get those 7-8 points for them in every game. One good game could just propel them to good heights, and that's exactly what has happened over here. HORAA being consistent throughout yesterday, being consistent even in the first game today, has now helped them reach that second spot. And if they're able to continue this way, they could really be looking forward towards that top spot. So it is a great thing for HORAA Esports. Let's see if they're able to continue this forward or not.
Well, certainly, consistency is the key to success. We have always been saying this 100 times, repeat after repeat, that you have to be very consistent if you're able to manage those average points in every single game. You are definitely going to be in the top 5 or maybe on the top of the leaderboard. That is exactly what HORAA Esports are also doing. They've been consistent, and looking at the graph, especially in the map of Miramar, it has been linear since yesterday. The first Miramar yesterday didn't go so very well, but the second Miramar suddenly performed really good in the second Miramar yesterday, and today in the very first Miramar they get a winner chicken dinner. So with every game, HORAA Esports, they are also rectifying their mistakes and coming back much stronger.
Yeah, all these, I mean, I have stopped looking at stats right now because they really don't make sense. The game just goes according to the flow, according to the play zone. But yeah, sometimes these things do happen. But before we move any forward, let's have a look at the MVP of the game, the player which had the most impact. Probably a player from HORAA, right? Yeah, we have Sky from HORAA Esports. Not a very big number in terms of the elimination, but that does not do justice to him because my poor guy had 1,000+ damage but only got 2 of those confirmations.
He was also playing the role of the scout because he was scouting the area. He had a different angle. He was a little far away from his teammates, providing all the information onto the opponents, that how they are rotating, which player, and they were also he was also trying to pin down the opponent player. So he was doing so much to his team, and I'll take the liberty to say that he's the reason that HORAA Esports got a winner chicken dinner in this one, in the final fight.
Oh, well, that's definitely great for the players of Team HORAA. And now let's have a look at the other players who had an impact in the game, although were not able to be the MVP. So this will also clear out the story. I believe all the teams who ended up in top five will have a player each. We have Sky, who of course was the MVP. Kancha did more eliminations, but the damage was somewhere around his 670 mark. So it's fine. Kancha just got every confirmation, every knock that he had got. AST Zio, though, kill stealer, huh? Frag stealer, 6 eliminations to his name. Malik with 4, Yatauta with 4 as well. So all these players performed great. Let's have a look at the points that every other team got. HORAA, of course, you've seen them, 19 points to their name. A Droid 51. Long time no see for this team, but they finally show up to the occasion. Not in the best possible way, but at least they have 15 points to show.
And good rotations also were coming from the side of Adroit 51. They had the complete southern control in their favor. But speaking of POC, not a good performance. They need more points if they want to see themselves on the very first page of overall leaderboard. 4 points to their name. DRS Gaming, again, not a good game for them. Raw Esports were taken out pretty early in the game. Noob Alliance also with 0 points. FPG with just a single point. Raw MN with only 2 points. Undergang Slayers on the 12th spot with only 2 points to their name. So all these teams, they need to rank up really fast. They need to accumulate more points if they want to see themselves on the very first page of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's true. They will have to perform in a great way. And now we will be moving on to the map of Erangel. Back at the defaulty map. Back, at least for me, back to the favorite map in this game. So would be fun to see which of these teams is going to end this out on top. It'll be really interesting to see if we do see another new team coming in with the chicken dinner, because HORAA, nobody expected them. We thought another consistent game from them, but this time around they did surprise us on this map of Miramar. Let's see any more pleasant surprise await on this map of Erangel. Will be a fun one. Hopefully a fun game on Erangel. Would like to see a little bit of a consistency being thrown in once again by maybe Aegon XI8, maybe by the team of Raw Esports. These teams have played out consistently, so would like to see them back into action as well.
Let's see if they can come back into the action, because with each passing game, only 4 games are remaining, by the way, and it's not going to be so easy. You have to be very consistent. Even if you are in the top 5, you have to be very consistent. You have to perform really good if you want to attain your spot or go more higher or propel yourself in the leaderboard. And teams who are on the bottom, maybe they can try and take a head-on fight with a team that is already on the top of the ranking.
All right, so here we go with this map of Erangel. The plane path is not looking good for a lot of teams, because I did see a lot of teams dropping on the northern part of the map, but this time around the plane path has started from military base, might just end somewhere near Stolber. Yeah, south of Stolber, Yazaya Poliana. So all those northern teams,
Not really
northern-sided
Stolber,
teams.
but yeah, it is
South of Stolber.
going from military base towards the eastern side of Yasnia Poliana, and all the teams that like dropping in towards the western side, Georgopol, Hospital, Gatka, or even the Zarki, they have a long journey up ahead. So let's see how they are going to glide over there. But speaking of VIKINGxSS, military base has always been their residence, and that is exactly where they are dropping for now. Even Leo Esports heading somewhere towards the side of Gatka. FPG might be heading towards Quarry or Ferry Pier. So all these teams are already going to their drop location. Are you expecting any drop clash, Fritz?
I think I do. POC, they might just be in a fight with the players of team GG, I suppose. Lower Repnoy is where both these teams are trying to go for that early drop. POC have already stopped towards the outskirts of the city, but GG will for sure continue towards containers. But at the end of the day, when you have to rotate, you will have to fight it out against the players of team POC. So it will be fun to see which team comes out on top. Other than that, the circle this time around follows the plane path. Usually it went just the opposite direction. But this time around, all these teams will have a little bit more time to loot for themselves and probably stay inside the zone as well, because most of them have already dropped in. I do see FPG still trying to figure out where do they want to drop. Ferry Pier is where one of their players is. Kiva and the others are going towards maybe Primorsk. So would be interesting for them. The rotation is going to be very simple too. They just have a clear road inside the zone, so should not be a problem. But yeah, that fight in Novoripnoy, that's where I'd like to go.
Well, yes, certainly in Novoripnoy, we have 2 teams, POC, one of them. And for POC, it is very important to have a good outing in this one, because they are at the bottom of the leaderboard. Whereas for the players of GG, they had a decent outing in Miramar and IUB. as always, he finds himself surrounded by the opponent teams. He's always the first person to bring the knock. The thing with POC, which I have noticed today, is they're able to find that first knock onto the opponent, but as the fight progresses, somehow they crumble and they lose that fight, especially in the first Erangel also. So they have to be very careful that if you're engaging in a fight, you're able to get the first knock, you have to capitalize, and at the same time, you can't overcome it. That's something that POC needs to consider right now.
They also need to make sure that once they're ready for the fight, they surprise the players of GG. You cannot give away information and then try to start that fight, because I don't think so. Gunfight is the strength of POC. They've lost a lot of 3v4 fights against their opponents, so they really need to be careful in terms of who do they pick a battle with. It is going to be GG for sure, and GG is already ready. They're like, yeah, we know that one of the players, Dayubi, is already somewhere near to us, so let's just take care of him, and then the other players uh, could be taken care of a little bit later. Sairi, I believe, has spotted someone down. POC Saigo was trying to get in a vehicle and try to provide some sort of a backup, but then he did not expect Sairi to be in such a position. The first knock comes in, and POC have already lost a player.
POC, big mistakes are coming in from the plus. First of all the players are so very segregated from each other, and the UB also goes down thanks to Farhad and his AKM. Confirmation point has already been made, and POC now they are left with only two players, where core position has also been compromised. Even the remaining two players are so far away from each other. In a 2v4 fight, I don't think POC winning this one. Maybe they can try and do some damage towards the side of GG, take down one player, but the chances of that happening are also very slim.
Ooh, so less. He is trying to spray in a random direction. I think he thought that there's some player in that particular squad, but literally there's no one. He will get that remaining loot. But do they expect a player on the left hand side? I mean, Kailan has a off angle onto his opponent's core, being snuck upon by Sairi, and I think Sairi's already hurt core. He's cooking up an A. This could be deadly. This could be deadly, but he tosses it out in the wrong direction. Farhad gets knocked out by Kyle Han, but he's in a position where he can get that revival. Plus, look at this. Suki is already on his tail. Sairi is providing that backup fire, and I think so. Kyle Han is all alone. Cannot do much about this situation now.
He is trying to do something. Core, I believe he has got an M16. He needs to find a different weapon if you want to engage in a close frontal battle. But Kailan still trying his level best, as Sairi with a DBS in his hand is trying to close up the distance towards Core, who is already literally burning in the flames because of that Molotov. And Sairi puts an end to his misery, gets a confirmation point. 3 players already eliminated from the side of POC, and Kailan being the last one in a 1v4 situation. I don't see anything happening. I don't see him taking down any of the player of GG, as 3 plus are rushing towards him, puts an end. And with that, POC bids bye-bye on the 16th spot with no elimination point at all.
Now, this is what I was worried about. You did not even see a single team fight happening for the players of Team POC. All of them went individually. One of the guys is completely lost, trying to drive a vehicle towards his opponents. There's no information being provided by Dayubi up top. He also falls with his back turned towards his opposition. A player burning down to a molly that was very, very well played, of course, I'd say. Tossing out the utility, tossing out the mollies, but that 1v1 got a huge advantage for GG, and then the final player had no chance. So that's the problem with the players of Team POC. They're not indulging themselves in team fights, and they are forcing a lot of solo individual battles. I mean, it will give you a few kills, a few frags here and there. But at the end of the day, if you lose a player, if you lose a couple of players, and even win a team fight, that won't help you a lot. And in this case, you did not even get anything. So you'll be eliminated without any points, and the struggle for POC still continues. Let's see. I mean, not a lot of games left. The chances of comebacks were already slim when the day started, and now I guess it's almost down to 0. So POC could just try and play for some more extra points, for maybe a better position, because with every extra position you get some extra few dollars. So that could be something to work with. But yeah, POC out of the game. A51 on our screens right now. Had a good game on that map of Miramar. Let's see if they can replicate it on Erangel or not.
Communication is something definitely that POC needs to work on. But speaking of VIKINGxSS, a team from the Pakistan region, well, I'll take the liberty to say they are the kings of Pakistan region, because in the last PMPL season, in PMPL Pakistan, they were right on the top. We have seen the boys sticking together from a very long time. That's the reason they have good synergy. Falak, Uzn, Crypto, IQ, they have been sticking together from a very long time. And let's see if they can manage to have a good outing in this one. But speaking of Viking, in the map of Miramar, previously they were pretty much pinned down in a compound. They did manage to get good placement points, but not too many finish points. For now, they have a good compound. They're just waiting for the next circle shift.
All right. Well, now Viking. If we look at them, they're just holding. They're just waiting for the next 20 seconds, and as soon as the zone closes in, then they'll try to decide where to move in, where to move according to the zone shift. So that's fine. Not a lot of issue in that particular situation. Aegon XIA, they've already rotated towards the main island, and of course, why not? According to the circle, that's where the final few zones might take place. GG is still taking their sweet time. Um, I'd say a few more minutes have been given to them by the PUBG Mobile gods, because you still can stay on the Novo Rap Island for a few more minutes. But I believe GG should now, start moving towards the main island, because that's where the final circle might be. And especially if the final circle ends somewhere around farm, rotation for GG is going to be even tougher. As you already see DRS, Aegon XI8 moving towards that bridge area in the close proximity. You have a lot of small little compounds where these players can hide themselves and then shoot at you while you're trying to get towards the mainland. So it ain't going to be an easy game for GG. A1NB on the other hand, another team in which we had a lot of expectations, but they are yet to show up inside the zone for now. Looking for a better place, maybe, because they've already started to rotate. Maybe chase down the players of Team DXT.
Maybe they can try to do so. In the previous Miramar also, they had a decent outing. And for now, they're trying to find a good compound or a uphill angle that they can hold and gather a lot of information. But on the other side, we have Undergang Slayers also having a lot of information onto the players of Leo's. Leo totally unaware that someone is keeping a keen and close eye onto them. I don't see any time Undergang Slayers rushing towards the side of Leo's, but they can try and deplete their resources. But GRS also holding on to a very good compound near the bridge area. If any of the team like GG try to rotate, GRS can or might engage in a fight with them. But even GRS this season, they are not performing up to the expectations of their fans or supporters. Killer YT completely missing, XMPL also not having the best of the time. So maybe in this Erangel. But as far as I remember, Fritz, I think Sanhok has always been the strongest point or strongest map for DRS.
No, that I don't know, because in the past few seasons I haven't seen DRS perform that good on any of these maps. They just randomly pop off, I believe. Like they suddenly get a game where they'll get that chicken and then start to build some momentum on the back of it. But in this tournament, they are yet to find a game like that. Maybe this could be the change. This could be the one where they get back. It is a long shot, but hey, let's see. The zone is supporting them somewhere around farm, and they do have a good position. Also, did see them on the positive side of the kill feed. They just got a knock with that MP4, so maybe positives all around here. DXD for now, just taking a random fight with the players of Team Aegon XIA, suppressing them, exchanging a few shots here and there, forcing the players of Team Aegon XIA to respect their position is what they're trying over here. So yeah, nothing major. Even if DXD get a knock, they cannot act upon it because Aegon XIA is so very far away. So it's just chip damage battle over here going on,
Oh,
trying to get any sort of damage that you can, and yeah, nobody will just bandage himself up. So no problem in this engagement. Zone number 2 is also somewhere near the players of Team DXD, so they really don't have to move from here.
it's not Ignex Ayed or Yuji peppering bullets towards the side of Mighty and his teammate. I think it is someone else, a team on the uphill in the grey color, from where nobody took a lot
Oh,
of damage.
from
So they have
behind,
to be very careful of those third parties.
Viking.
Yes, exactly. Vikings were the one doing a third party. So Devil X Dragon, they have to be very cautious as A51 or also trying to surround their compound.
It's a very very great compound. If you talk about it, DXG, that they have to defend because it's open from all the four sides. So any invaders, any players who decide to push in will also have to deal with the other third parties while DXG still stays in cover. So it should not be a problem. In the meanwhile, I do see the kill feed dancing a little bit down. They got excited fighting it out against the players of team DRS. Even Raw Esports are taking a lot of damage in the form against the players of team AST, and they themselves are getting third party. So a lot of teams fighting left and right. GG trying to make a move. Egon excited have already spotted them down. But lucky for GG that Aiku was not able to connect his prey.
But AST Slayer was able to connect his prey onto the players of 4 Raw as he takes down Aero and might be looking for the confirmation. 4 Raw not in the best of the spot as Aero is still begging for the help, and AST players are literally surrounding the players of 4 Raw as one of the player in the back line is already there, forcing Sanchi to reposition himself. Otherwise, he'll be the victim of those grenades or utils coming in from their side. Ajaya and Sanchir also in the battle of grenades as Ajaya on a sliver of HP, a very precise grenade coming in from Sanchir, forcing Ajaya to reposition, and the numbers advantage again with the players of Raw. A good grenade coming from Sanchir takes down not just one but two players from the side of ASD, gets an instant confirmation also because of a vehicle explosion coming in, and Ajaya, I believe, is the last man standing, and he also bids bye-bye, and ASD, suddenly the tables have turned, and ASD, they bid bye-bye on the 15th spot with 0 eliminations.
Ooh, that's not a good sight. In the meanwhile, Forroy is also now taking some shots in front of them, probably from the players of Team Raw Esports, who already have lost a couple of players. Jiggle and Sleepy are out of the game. So I don't think so it's looking pretty for Raw Esports either. Forroy have already started off with their rotation. Fourth zone about to start in. So that's also something you need to take into consideration. Assassin has his crosshair trained. Any movement by the players of Team 4 Raw will be attempted to punish, but then he takes a lot of damage himself, so now needs to reset, get back into cover, play for survival points. The meanwhile, A1NB, so close to the players of Team ISSL Noob Alliance. They have been traded out, but A1NB has already lost a player. Second one also falls as Lucifer instead of Revival goes in for the confirmation, but ISSL lose players left and right. A third party from the players of Team HORAA will make things even worse.
Well, the smokes are there to help Lucifer go for the revival on his teammates, but looks like HORAA, they are going for the confirmation as Memantha has been confirmed, and HORAA literally they are hunting for the players of Noob Alliance, and one single Molotov could bring the remains of all the teammates. Lucifer literally burning, and he has been taken down, and Malik HORAA with the DBS gets a confirmation point on Lucifer as well, but Noob Alliance bids bye-bye on the 14th spot with 2 eliminations. No fear, was knocked out, but easy revival should be coming in. VIKINGxSS also keeping a close eye onto the players of GG, as GG, they do have a good compound, and Leo somewhere else in the map blocking horns with the player of DXD.
Ooh, DXD now. Let's see how will they perform. Leo, they're also invited to that particular party. I believe A1NB has also taken an exit, as I do see them completely being eliminated. DXD out of the game. Leo finally showing up. They got that chicken in game number 1 and now have started off strong in this game number 2 as well. A51, the players have been spotted, and this time around Aiku does not miss even a single bullet, has been able to get that knock. Now DG19 is very cautious about where to peek, where to and how to get that revival. Roy Esposo Zordi also might be a lost cause over here. Assassin, you better duck tail and try to survive, otherwise it will be a team elimination, that too with just 1 point.
Assassin at the mercy of the blue, he has to do something as the players of HORAA with those vehicles are already trying to migrate inside the circle, and Assassin taking that chip damage, no vehicle whatsoever. He has to make a quick escape inside the safety. Even the players of DRS can also spot him down. That's something he need to be worried about. Not too many first aids, but just one single first aid, but DRS, they have their own worries. They have to engage or might have to engage in the fight with the players of UG, but because of the play zone, no fear of HORAA has already been knocked out. Sanchir Raw finds the players of FPG, but DRS, well, Assassin, you shouldn't have done that. He missed out a shot on DRS player, and in retaliation, he's the one bidding bye-bye from the lobby.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Not a good sight for their team. On the other hand, now DRS, they do have a frag to their name. VIKINxSS still on top of these houses, dishing out damage left and right. FPG also take that early elimination for themselves with just one frag. Oh my god, these teams who were in the top charts are slowly and steadily falling down. Except for VIKINxSS. I mean, they have been able to dish out a lot of damage, although the number of frags is still a matter of concern. Plus, Aiku is running low in terms of that 556 ammo. Needs to be careful with where he sprays now. VIKINxSS, they're trying to make a move, but suddenly Sairi spots a player out of position and drops Crypto down. Smokes being thrown in by Uzum, trying to get that revival.
Well, yes, he's trying to go for the Rimsky mission onto Crypto. The smoke wall, the smoke trail is definitely going to help him out, as his teammate is still bleeding out. On the other side, the players of GG, all they have is a little wooden shack for the hard cover. Not too much breathing space. Even the players of Vikings can also do a good third party, or VIKINxSS, a good flank angle from the side might bring an end to the entirety of GG. That could be a possibility. But for now, even the players of Undergang Slayers are also locking horns with the players of DRS, with 2 finish points already in the hands of Undergang Slayers, looking good. The players of HORAA are also trying desperately to walk their way inside the safety of the circle.
Let's see. UG versus DRS could be a fight, but a delayed one, because I don't think so DRS want to take that early risk. So DRS is a team who like to play it slow and steady without any unnecessary pushes. Meanwhile, though, for Raw, they want to just charge in and get the job done. Switching to the FPP mode, try to get that easier shot connection, but then the support from his teammate arrives. Look at that, they already have 11 eliminations to their name. A team with heavy eliminations will definitely benefit in terms of points in the overall standing. GG on the other hand are now taking some shots onto the players of Team VIKINxSS. Yes, Crypto was able to take care of Farhad, but then Aegon have also lost a player, and now Falak is also down on the ground. Revival should be the first priority for VIKINxSS.
Well, it certainly should be, because you need to have that number advantage if you want to survive and get that winner chicken dinner. But for now, GG, they have 4 defeat points in their pockets, but no where to run. All they have is a little shack that they are holding on to dearly. On the other side, again, excited Crypto. He has got a big machine gun in his hands. Let's see what he can do with that MG3. But for now, a lot of hard covers for VIKINxSS because of those blown up vehicles. Lot of resources as well. Too many throwables. So VIKINxSS are looking pretty decent when it comes to resources. The position, they have the entire southern eastern control of the circle. But the team that they need to worry about are the players of Vikings and Leaves as well.
Oh, all right. Well, VIKINxSS were able to get that revival, and now I do see Crypto in a position where he wants to toss some utility out onto the remaining 2 players of Team GG. Not landing as of now, no damage done, so GG can still take a chill breath and try to reposition themselves. A lot of smokes available for Crypto too, so repositioning should not be a matter of concern, Machine. As soon as I said something about it, Uzum is able to toss a nade and just bring havoc onto the players of Team Vikings. Even GG chime in as Suki has been able to blast off another player of Team VikingxSS. It's all down to D9 as the nade parade is just not stopping. Suki's nade will take care of a couple of players of Team Vikings. A third one still knocked out, and it looks like we might bid bye-bye to the players of Team Viking just to the nades.
That could be a possibility that might happen, and Crypto from the backline is trying to provide the necessary support and gather as much information onto the players of A51 as well. Let's see if we can spot the players of Vikings, as I can see one player of Viking in the water trying to hold on to his dear life. Yes, he's inside the water trying to hold on to his dear life and grab as many placement points as much possible, because 8 teams are still remaining, 24 players. And D9 is the last one, but looks like VIKINxSS, they have spotted down D9, and he has been forced to leave that vehicle and swim his way somewhere else, reposition himself. And Falak is also keeping a close eye onto the players of GG. The next circle shift, Fritz, is going to be so crucial. All these players, most of these players would be forced to leave their safety area.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, this circle is all out in the open. D9, the only thing he thought of doing was just run to the river and jump inside it. Play for survival is what D9 is trying to do. I think most of these players will need to find a different way. Crypto, although he still finds him, gets the perfect lineup for the headshot, hits it too. So Aegon XI8, still 3 players surviving. Not a lot of frags, but at least they'll get some more survival points. UG on the other hand, this is a team who still has a compound around them, and now DRS have to break through or maybe find a different way of rotation, maybe get inside the zone through a different path. Although that will involve a lot of third party being done onto them. Even 4 on the outskirts will find it difficult to get inside the zone without a little bit of trouble. So let's see how do all of these teams try to get in the zone, as 1 minute 30 seconds is the only time left on the clock. D18 spots the players of Team 4 Raw trying to rotate. Even Leo taking some shots. Sanchir 4 Raw has already been dropped. That frag will be confirmed. Chari chimes in to pick off Rogue. And the final player for 4 Raw, Aero, will also fall to the hands of Team Aegon XIA. So 3 different teams making sure 4 Raw does not proceed further.
Two teams are challenging the compound of Undergang Slayers, as Undergang Slayers are trying to defend the compound with their tooth and nail, and grenades being flung over. So many smokes are there, provide the soft cover and deny the vision to the opponents, and a perfect grenade goes in, takes down Killer Whitey from the side of GRS. They might be looking for the confirmation point as well, as Gangsta is hiding, and finally he comes out, takes down XMPL, gets the instant confirmation as well. DRS, one more player down, only last player remaining from the side of DRS. They are not looking at all in a good spot, as Undergang Slayers are there literally hunting their way, but Killer Whitey, a good grenade coming in from their side, takes down one player from the side of UG.
Oh, this is a bloodbath. This is a bloodbath happening over here, and UG making the most out of it. DRS out of the game as Chari finds the final elimination onto Killer, and UG will still sustain. Only one knock onto Rega. He'll probably be revived within no time. Should not be a problem. And UG will find themselves a comfortable spot for now. That's what I say, for now, because the zone is about to shift in the next 3 seconds and it could be anyone's. Leo have a safe haven in terms of this compound, but will now have to leave it. The only team with the great positioning is now GG, who I believe are still around that shack that they had early on, but now will be bombarded. So even though inside the zone, still cannot feel completely safe. A lot of utility, a lot of nades will be thrown onto them. Yetauta has 7 of those, so you're not running away if Yetauta gets within nading range. But then Leo also need to take care about the other teams around them. It is going to be just give and take over here. The team getting the most frags will be the one winning it out. A51 also have to move a little bit to get inside the play zone. UG have to move 30-35 meters. Should not be a problem considering they have a lot of vehicles around them and a lot of trees. So they can just slam and make some artificial cover themselves. Also a drop in the middle of nowhere. Maybe just push a Dacia and burst it down near drop so that you can even get better utility too with that off angle. But yeah, let's see what's the decision making from the players of Team UG. I believe most of these players are busy fighting amongst each other, so this would be the perfect time to get inside the zone. And that's what Gangsta is going for. Inside the smoke, parks out the Dacia, makes perfect L-shaped cover. Should be able to survive for now.
Well, they should be able to survive, and they have to survive. UG having 7 elims, and Leo Haidami, well, he has managed to take down one of the players from the side of A51. Looks like GG19 will be going for the rescue mission, but GG Soul finds one player from ISSL. Too many knocks are coming here and there, as UG with that vehicle is trying to make their way inside the safety of the circle. Like you pointed out, it's an open circle, so vehicles are going to come handy. And Leo Esports, well, they have been challenged upon. And Haidami, he marks an end to the players of A51. A vehicle run over also coming in. But Rex Grenade takes down Liquid over there. But Easy Revival should be coming in. But is there any time? Because even the player of VIKINGxSS can do a perfect third party in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the play zone is going to be the matter of concern. You can carry Liquid, right? Carry Liquid inside the zone rather than taking damage. Nova, it will dish a lot of damage and Liquid cannot get inside the zone anyway. So, this could be a decision that puts him in a lot of misery. Liquid will be able to get in. Suki spotted down by Yetauta through all the long grass. And he will instantly confirm that frag too. So not taking any risks. Nova should be able to heal himself back up, and then Liquid could be picked up in like 5-6 more seconds. UG still busy with the revivals. Aegon XI8 firing shots left and right, but finding nothing as of now.
4 teams, 11 players still remaining. Again, XI8, they have been literally dominating the lobby, but now they have to make a safe way inside the circle with the players of GG. I believe only single player remained from the side of GG, holding on to that little shack and grab too many placement points as well. Again, XI8, 3 players remaining, and Uzm is trying to pep a few bullets towards the side of UG in that smoke, but no connection whatsoever. Chari on the other side, a very experienced player, and having the little soft cover is helping him out, but yet a Uta grenades goes in, find a confirmation as well. 2 players remaining from the side of UG. Not too many throwables, not too many healings, as Gangsta has used all his medkits, all his first aids. So he has to be very careful. On the other side, Soul from the side of GG has 3 grenades, 1 a Molotov. He'll try to bring down the players of Leo Esports as he takes down 1. Yet a Uta. I might be looking for the confirmation point as well.
So, UG Gangsta falls, soulless, trying to peek around the corner with this shack, but now has to face off against the entire squad of Aegon XI. They're not able to land a raid inside this particular shack, and this counter raid could be huge. Lands in the perfect spot, does a lot of damage, but then soulless moving like Houdini, but then finally Leo's nade will be able to get the job done. A 2v4, a 3v4, right? A 3v4 over here against the players of Team Aegon XI8. Well, Liquid is already knocked out, so essentially it's a 3v3 now. Leo, do not anticipate the position of UZM. Uzm gets a knock onto Yeta Uta. The nade still being thrown in, but Uzm still not stopping. Wants to get another off angle. Crypto cooking a nade. Tries to toss it behind the tree. Liquid in the meanwhile confirmed by Falak. Nothing lands. But Aegon XI8, they've got that reset. Haitami's nade will get one. Crypto still inside, trying to survive. Haitami, another nade, but does not deal with Crypto. Pushing it on. Haitami needs to get this fight, but Falak from an off angle gets one. The trade is there. Nova in a 1v1. Shotgun out. DBS could do the job, but he's very low, and he will fall to Crypto. Great peek by this player of Aegon XI8, which helps him get that chicken dinner.
Well, again, XIA, they reign supreme in this one, getting a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves. It was not at all easy. They were having the southern eastern control, domination coming from the southern end, and even the players of Leo Esports, they have managed to get too many elimination points. So it was a good game for both these teams, but it was again XI8 getting that beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Ooh, great game by the players of Team Aegon XI8. They held their nerves and they basically repeated what they did in the first on day number 1. 3-player chicken dinner. That's what we have for Team Aegon XI8. They dealt with the players of Team Leo beautifully. Liquid was down on the ground. They identified that particular piece of information, forced themselves into a 3v3, took all the necessary gunfights, and were able to come out on top. 9 elimination, total 19 points from this game has propelled the players of Team Aegon XI8 to the first spot.
Well, certainly they are on the top, and with that, we'll be heading towards a short little break, and we'll discuss more about again XI8 winner chicken dinner.
You are now the proud owner of a Pagani.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching PMCO South Asia 2023. My name is Shadow. Alongside me is Fritz. And Fritz, against IA, they just got a winner chicken dinner for themselves. The Pakistani domination, which we has been talking about from day number 1, is finally there.
Yeah, I mean, Aegon XIA, they played their zone. So they were not comfortable in the previous few games, but this time around, they still lose a player. That is something I'd really want the players of Team Aegon XIA to address. Maybe not lose a player this early on, so you can maybe get more eliminations. But yeah, after that, once they were able to finally get inside the zone, they got those shots, they got those frags for themselves. The final fight with the players of Team Leo was also very good. It was brought down to a 1v1, but then the player of Leo was very low. So even one bullet could have done the trick, and that's exactly what the last remaining player of IA does. Peeks out with the MG3, gets the frag, gets the job done. 9 elimination, 19 points. Hashtag number 1, Aegon XI8.
Well, certainly, again, excited. At the start of the game, also, we were discussing that how, again, XIA, they dominate in the Pakistan region, but when it comes to South Asian region, they tend to fizzle out a few of the times, but finally, they have able to find their feet, and let's hope in the remaining games that domination continues and they rank up too many points for themselves. On the other side, speaking of Leo also, yes, they did manage to accumulate too many finish points. Yes, the chicken dinner was not there, but even Leos, they were also performing really good as they had the western control of the circle. And they did manage to take down one player from the side of GG as well.
Yeah, well, Leo Esports as a team played good, but the problem with Leo right now is they cannot just rely on this sort of a performance. Getting 8-9 points is fine. It would have been fine if it was yesterday. But now you already had not so good day number 1. Day number 2, you started off fantastic, but then you are not carrying it forward. So it would essentially spoil the number of points that you get. So that is something Leo need to keep into consideration. I'll give more thoughts once I see where Team Leo is on the overall standings, because I think still they should be in top 5 because they were on the 6th spot after game number 1. Game number 2, I did not follow that closely, but in this game number 3 as well, they got okay number of points. So don't know if they pushed up in terms of rankings quite a bit, but we'll have to see for that. But before we go any further, let's have a look at the player that had the most impact in the game, the MVP of this game, and it is going to be Sanchir from HORAA. This team got eliminated on what, 6th or 7th spot? Still, Sanchir is able to be the MVP of the game. Almost 1200 damage. Poor guy only got 5 eliminations. No justice done to him, but it's fine. HORAA still had a decent game considering they had a lot of frags to their name.
Yeah, they did manage to get a lot of frag points, elimination points for themselves. 5 films just to the single individual, that's Sanchir. And he is definitely one of the veteran player. A lot of experience coming in, and that has been showcased in his gameplay. And as he becomes the MVP. Along with him, we have Haidami also from the side of Leo with 6 elims of his own. Yeto Uta from Leo with 5 elims. Crypto of VIKINGxSS with 5 elims. And Flank of VIKINGxSS with 3 eliminations.
Yeah, these were the top players for the game, and now we'll be moving forward towards the match standings, I believe. So, of course, VIKINGxSS should be on top. Maybe we do see HORAA in the 2nd spot because they had so huge number of frags. So that could be something we'll see. Let's have a look at the match standings. Which team is going to be on that 2nd spot? Because VIKINGxSS, of course, are not leaving the top. Oh wait a second. They did leave the top spot because Leo got 13 elimination with 6 placement points, 19. Both of these teams on equal point, but then eliminations are the favored ones. So Leo Esports on the top. Raw MN get that 3rd spot. Look at that, 11 elimination, just 1 placement point, but that does not matter because you still got 12 overall points.
Well, they were literally raining death and destruction in the lobby with those 13 elimination for Leo Esports. Even Raw also having 11 elims. GG also not having a bad day. 12 points to the name, 7 elims. Undergang Slayers with 11 points sitting on the 5th spot. HORAA Esports in this one with only 5 elims, no placement point whatsoever, sitting on the 6th spot. AD51 with 4 points on the 7th spot. DRS Gaming with only 3 points on the 8th spot. And I think, Fritz, so many roster shuffles have happened in these lineups that the synergy is missing. Be it DRS Gaming or VIKINGxSS, not VIKINGxSS, they are sticking with their own players. But DRS Gaming, they have gone through so many roster changes, and the other teams as well, that the synergy is kind of missing. I can say the same for Esports. Raw Esports, 2 points to their name, and online sport.
I mean, blaming the synergy right now won't do you any good. You have to work through it. Maybe the answer could be you should have played more sprints. if the synergy was a problem. But over here, you just need to be careful about how you play, and that is something that has been bothering all these different teams even across the stage. But yeah, over here, if we talk about the other teams, even NB no points to their name, AST official no points to their name. So this will hurt them a lot in the longer run. But yeah, that was about it for the map of Erangel. Now we will be moving on towards a smaller map, a very small map as compared to the maps of Erangel and Miramar, the map of Sanhok. Now, this is a crazy map. Literally anyone can win. No stats matter over here. The team proning will always have an advantage. But hey, let's see which team is able to just get that chicken in this game. Yesterday, I do not exactly remember who got it, but it was overall a high fragging map. A lot of teams got 7, 7, 8, 8 frags to their name. So essentially, a lot of third parties happened. Adroid 51 played good. GG played really good. But were essentially eliminated, were not able to get in top 3. But let's see if that's the case continuing forward or not. But yeah, here we go with this match of Sanhok. Aegon XI8. This is a team which probably will drop very early on, try to get some early loot for themselves. AST on the other hand, let's see where do they drop. But joining me for this game is going to be the big man Necro. Necro, welcome back to the desk, man. How are you feeling?
Sanhok, right? I mean, it's Sanhok. It's my love. I love aggression from these teams as well. But one team so far that has been looking a little bit lost in the sauce has to be FPG. A team that yesterday made a massive statement, and now today, so far, things are looking like a little bit on that downhill curve. I genuinely feel like FPG should be back up on the feet. But then, once again, focusing on Aegon XI, this team finally making that mark inside the game, getting that previous game to the maximum potential. Aegon XI, once again, they're over here to claim that spot.
The performance that they delivered in the previous game definitely suggests the same. I mean, they are here for the throne, they are here for the crown, and that's what they're taking. Early drops, Roy Sports spread all across the city of Camp Alpha, small compounds being looted by Prabin and Sleepy, but no contention, so not a big problem. On the other hand, we have the players of team FPG towards Doc and Kampong. So it's a very big split that the players of team FPG have taken. But yeah, still nobody near them, so should not be a problem. Only Zeol could face a little bit of an issue if the players of team HORAA or UG decide to rotate his way. But then UG won't because they do not want to get outside the zone. And probably HORAA would just straight run towards the zone from the barn area. So they all should be fine. So no problems over there. But Hatin is a place where we do have two different teams, POC versus Aegon XI8. Now, if history is to be taken into account, POC should be wiped out because Aegon XI8 is just too strong of a team.
That is true. Aegon XI is a force to be reckoned with, and without a doubt, a team like POC, a team that has been struggling throughout this entire tournament, it does, on paper, feel like they don't stand a chance. So let's see how POC is going to be looking forward to challenge this fight, because POC 2, without a doubt, their gun power is on point. All it comes down to is the communication and the experience that the players of Aegon XI really bring on the table. And once again, Aegon XI being on the tabletop, they're pretty much here to win the game. And even if one single player gets taken down from Aegon XI at this point, it is going to sting them quite a lot.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, early fights, if they do not go your way, that is something you'll have to be careful about. But yeah, POC, getting inside the zone should be their priority. 250 meters is what they need to get in, should not be a concern. But Aegon XI8, sitting around, they may be waiting for a team to rotate towards them to take their early gunfight. But for now, all these teams in the looting phase, I believe POC has already spotted down Aiku, because of which he's proning down Dayubi. And even Aiku has that information, so we might see a fight starting very soon.
We should see a fight starting soon. POC and Aegon XI, especially for POC, they've got nothing to lose. They've only got everything to win, because they're going to be going away with a lot of experience from this tournament. And then maybe the next time these guys are going to be back in full force in a better fashion, in much more of a precise and much more of a refined gameplay. So yeah, for POC, they've got everything to gain. For Aegon XI, they've got a championship to lose. They've got the first spot to lose. So Aegon XI, they really got to play this one cautiously. And that's what you
Look
can
at
clearly
Crypto.
see as well. Crypto is all the way in the outskirts in the far fray. And at this point in time, Crypto is just trying to be that sneaky man underneath the water. He's probably trying to create that off angle, maybe help out his team in getting that initial knockout, which can be the flow breaker for the opponent team.
With all said and done, EGORX do not have enough loot to work with. Look at Falak. Level 1 helmet, level 1 vest. We did see IQ2. He did not even have that basic loot. No vest, no helmet. Just the presence of the POC players have definitely instilled doubt into the minds of Team Aegon XI8, and suddenly they've gone super passive. That's against their usual gameplay. But now that's what they're opting out for. Maybe that's the pressure you face when you are on that first spot.
Yeah.
Falak, very careful about peeking each and every angle, trying to get any information before he commits to one single player. Zio, on the other hand, a different team, AST. Normal loot, decent loot, level 3 helmet for him. Just waiting maybe for stage number 1 to close in. We'll have to wait another 2.5 minutes. So has a lot of time to chill. But the whole AST team is just well spread across this particular area, covering each and every other avenue, making sure nobody could sneak in. So it's fine for AST. Slayer also has some basic decent loot. Early fights is something that AST can indulge in. But yeah, nobody near them. So they should not be troubled a lot.
I mean, once again, Aegon Excite clearly knows, right? The bigger you are, the harder you fall. And they know they've got a lot to lose. So it's better to play a little bit more cautious than to regret later on if you do lose out on the early number. AST, one of those surprising teams, actually, who, at least at the start of the day, they have astonished all of us. In Cuz getting those 9 elimination game, it was definitely quite astonishing. 14 in total, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, AST, without a doubt, these guys have surprised us. And with that solid game, they were also on the first half of the board. So if they do manage to win the Sanhok game too with a solid amount of points, then once again, they will be back in the race for that championship. Raw Esports, on the other hand, though, considering Aegon XI, they have toppled them over. Now, Raw Esports should be on the path for redemption because one more bad game for Raw Esports and they might be thrown out of that top 3. And you cannot afford to have a bad game anymore because considering we're pretty much going to be on the halfway point, or we're pretty much done with the halfway point of this tournament. We're on the 4th game now, ladies and gentlemen.
You can already see these players feeling the pressure. Jiggle being so very passive, has spotted Soulless in that vehicle, but it's better not to shoot because you anyways have a different fight right now. You have to fight it out against the players of Team Leo. Suki has been tagged up quite a bit, probably by the play zone, or maybe by a player. We'll have to switch on to his POV to get information about that. But then Raw Esports are reacting on that information. Look at that. One of their players is just climbing up high. Jiggle trying to take information, relay it to the team, and then his team is the one relying upon that information and making a move onto the players of Team GG.
GG, position compromised. But the same thing can be said for the likes of Raw. Hopefully Jiggle's position's not known. As soon as Jiggle's position's going to be known, he will be in a massive sandwich situation. From the front, it's going to be GG's bullets just barraging him down. From the back, it's going to be the players of Leo Esports wanting to force him and flush him out. So yeah, it's better if Jiggle keeps his position anonymous. But it does seem like Jiggle has taken a couple of shots against the foes. Or no, it's actually Leo Esports themselves taking the shots against Raw Esports. So, once again, tough scenarios over there. A1NB dropped inside Painan. They haven't even left that Painan city so far. They don't even need to because the circle is sort of favoring them. So A1 Esports is actually in a pretty okay spot. DRS making that rotation all the way from down south. It is quite a long rotation. But as long as it's going to work out, it's going to pan out for you. That's all that matters. Devil X Dragons quite close to the players of A1NB. This fight might just escalate soon.
All these players have to move towards that Tambang area. Essentially, I believe that's where the final zone is going to end. Still, all these 3 islands have small part of it inside the play zone, but then as a team, if you need to make a longer rotation to get towards the southern island, it's better to do it right now. Because after that those bridges, those crossing sections are just going to get crowded and you will be eliminated while you try to cross inside the zone. So this would be the perfect time to make a long rotation. Leo, no care in the world. They did throw a few shots onto the remaining players of Team Raw on the other side of this river. But do they know about Jiggle? That's my biggest question. I believe they do because Yeta Uta is trying to jump spot around Nova. He's just trying to get information so that Noah can act on it. He does not have any more throwables left, Noah, in terms of grenades, but he does have a molly available if he knows the exact position, can use it to flush players out. Praveen, Sleepy, all of these players are still trying to deal with this GG player. Soulless being bombarded, being just burned alive over here. Utility being thrown at him. The molly once again does not land, but Sleepy has a barrage of nades available. 5 more nades to his name. A little bit overcooked on this one. This could be thrown with perfection, and if it does, Soulless is going to be eliminated.
Oh, yeah.
There we have it. Soulless down, gone. No revival opportunity as the remaining players of GG are very far away.
Sleepy, solid stuff. This man is known for his precision, at least inside this PMCO, and once again, he's showing it off. Be it precision with the gun, be it precision with the utilities, it will always be on the point.
Spotted.
Those frag grenades have been delivering for Sleepy so far, and now he's definitely quite desperate to get the elimination point secured as well. Sometimes desperation can lead for your unsuccess, so let's hope that that's not going to be the case. Instead, he's going to be taking some slow and steady and cautious steps to get that elimination point secured. Better not be desperate. FPG, a team still in the race. They've got a solid chance, but so far they are just not able to capitalize. I hope in this game they can have a solid shot to have a solid game. And they're currently on the move all the way back in the blue. They're taking a decent amount of damage, but now they have caught themselves against the players of HORAA. First man's been knocked out. It's an equal threat from both the sides. FPG, they're losing out on the players. They're dropping down. This is not a good news at all. Kiwa's position's compromised as well. FPG losing out on the man numbers. Zald's barely alive. Oh, this is not looking too good. Cyclone goes for that toss. Might just find the perfect connection as well. Chips away a bit of damage. The blue zone should do the damage, and yes, it does. Rogue knocked out by the play zone because Cyclone did the 90% of the job. Still 2 more players to go. It's a 2v2 scenario. HORAA versus FPG.
Don't think so. This won't benefit either of these teams because, yeah, one will survive, but then the damage is too much on all of these players. Ryuk is desperately trying to push in and take down the last remaining player, Cyclone, and I believe the knock player is giving enough information. Rogue exactly knows Cyclone's location. Sanchir trying to toss a nade from the left hand side. You have Ryuk trying to pinch him down. But now, as soon as the third zone damage starts to kick in, Rogue will fall. Kiva, I don't think so. There's any opportunity to get that revival for Cyclone, and it's better for the players of Team 4 to evacuate as they have to move 1,000 meters inside the zone necro. Plus, in the next 15 seconds, the fourth zone is also starting to collapse.
Pretty much. FPG now, they're just trying to go for the resurrection. Sanchir trying to get that connection. He thinks that the players are still inside the smoke. He's got no clue that both the players are towards the bridge lines, and now finally pulls out the TBS. It's going to be the battle of shot against HORAA. Sanchir's way too low. He misses that opportunity, and Cyclone instantly latches on top of it. FPG, Cyclone gets knocked out because the blue zone. And now the pressure's going to be on both these teams equally because Cyclone's bleeding away too. Sanchir, the same thing can be said for him. They need to trade the reses over here, and that's what they're going to try to go for. No, instead, Kiwa, he's a little bit too paranoid, thinking that maybe the opponents can't push up, but this nade's cooked to perfection. Can't find the connection, but no. Barely slips away. Cyclone gets bleed to his death. This is not good. 1 more man to go in the name of FPG, but what can they do? The DBS are, of course, going to hurt inside the blue. 1 more shot is needed. Kiwa finds that shot connection. Instantly get the confirmation followed up, too. Kiwa, the damage is a little bit too much because the play zone is chipping out. And eventually, it's going to be Ryuk to come out on top.
Great job done by Ryuk. I mean, he could have gone in for the first trade instead, but knew that the boosters had kicked in. Extra movement speed, a little bit of an extra health. Helps him, gives him the confidence to go for the final shot. The pump to the face, and he will still survive. Probably gets inside the zone too. But those extra points will definitely help you if you're Team 4 Raw. Raw Esports on the other hand, a fight with the players of Team GG would be interesting to see. DRS in the meanwhile get completely eliminated. Even Leo Esports joining that fight. ISSL Noob Alliance also taking a few shots onto the players of Team GG. So a lot of teams in just one constricted area, probably battling it out with the play zone, trying to get inside the zone. Desperate attempts from the players of Team GG, but of to no value, as they might be the team that might get eliminated in the next minute or so.
There's a big might though. AgonXI, they need to keep on the consistency, even though the previous game was solid. They can't just rely on that cushion that they have built, because teams underneath them are going to be quite jelly of that spot they've got. AST, Ajaya out in the open. Goes for that prone. He's got no other option anyway, so you might as well try to do whatever you can at this point in time. Oh, HORAA Esports, the name to be feared. They have managed to win one game so far in the game of Miramar. So even this team is in that contention. As the games are passing by, the pressure keeps on surmounting on top. Ajaya's out in the open. How is this man even alive? What? Somehow, he's still standing on top of his feet now. INCUS getting pounced on by the players of ISSL Noob Alliance. AST, they've got a Herculean task in front of them to defend this compound against the players of Noob Alliance. Slayers in the outskirts. INCUS in the inside. This is going to be a tough one to pull off. Lucifer spots out INCUS. Ajaya's position's uncompromised too. Finally, one man's knocked out from ISSL Noob Alliance. INCUS, all he needs to do is toss this nade to perfection. He misses that timing onto that one, and that's where ISSL Noob Alliance are feeding off of. Lucifer, this nade is quite good. And he almost knocks out a player, and actually it does too. Slayer knocked out. Totter as well in the close lines, now needs to pull off a miracle. He goes for the push. He finds the connection. Ajaya shut down. One more man inside the compound. In the name of INCUS, all INCUS can do is wait for the players to flood in. Totter spots out INCUS with that TPP. Wants to go for that push as well, but INCUS is playing it so patiently. Both of them just jiggling around the corner. Eventually, INCUS goes for that peek. Misses out on the shots. Totter runs out of bullets, and that's it.
Perfect.
INCUS finds the moment to strike. Nicely done. He baits out all the bullets from Totter.
Exactly. Knew... it was like he was counting bullets. He exactly knew how much were there in the chamber. Baits all out, catches the player on reload and gets the job done. In the meanwhile though, now HORAA in this fight with the players of Team UG. Should be a clean one as it's only down to Rega. The DPS has already landed. One more bullet should do the job. There it is. No damage done onto the players of Team HORAA. Sky should be able to get that reset, and with just 20 meters to get inside the zone should not be a problem. Fifth frag secured. HORAA eyeing that first spot. In the meanwhile, A51 pouncing upon the players of Team A1NB. That would be the elimination, I suppose. Only one more player remaining for A1NB. That is going to be, I believe, D9. Let's see for how long can he survive, because he is on the edge of the zone.
A51. Rez is going to be there, and look at that AST. They've lost out on that player. It's done. AST's journey. It's not, this game is not going to be there anymore. They only managed to get 5 elimination points secured. And considering the fight was also all the way in the blue, so AST were already too wounded to stand inside the battlefield. But in the elimination feed, you also do see the players of AgonXI in the fight. Then you also do see the players of RAW in the fight. Leo Esports wanting to go for the confirmation onto the fallen player. Zordy wanting to back away in the nick of time. Uta still desperate to find that connection. And eventually, he finds it too. Oh no, in the last second, Zordy gets eliminated, but at least he was like a supply crate for his teammate.
That's the thing that you would never want to be. I mean, Praveen, if he gave him an extra pixel, an extra angle, he could have been able to get that revival. But it's fine now. Raw, they have to just play with the 2 remaining players. Leo as well, not in the great spot. Yeta Uta is stuck. Has been depleted of a lot of HP, needs to reset himself back up. AgonXI though from far away. Now this is not looking good at all for AgonXI. Haitami spots those down. These knocks won't be able to get those revivals, because look at that, where the players of Team AgonXI are across the river. They need to dive in if they want to get inside the zone. And the only player who has been able to get across is Crypto.
That is true. Crypto proning through. Once again, AgonXI, even they're facing the wrath of the blue. Unfortunately, IQ's lost on his life. Now it's all down to Crypto. This man needs to pull off some miracles. AgonXI, a team that has had a fantastic game in the previous one, and now it just feels like it's going to be, once again, a massive drop-off. As long as you're able to position yourself somewhere in the top 5 inside this game, you should still be out with a decent amount of points that can help you sustain that first spot. So that has to be the way to go for Crypto. But considering he's the only survivor, one single spot from the enemy team, and you're pretty much done. So you cannot even afford to lay your head out. You just need to play this game completely as a snake.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. I mean, let's see though. Crypto, what does he do? 30 meters to get inside the zone. Can prune his way in the zone. That should not be a problem. Now, considering the second position team would either be HORAA or ROY Sports at this point in time. And HORAA is having a good game. Sleepy has already spotted Crypto down. He's trying to take a few shots, but with that also has revealed away his position. And even ROY Sports need to get inside the zone, so it's not going to look good for them. Crypto patching himself back up. Should just crawl in front of him. There's a lot of grass available. Should be easily able to get inside the zone. It's only the players of Team Leo that he needs to fear. Plus, even Leo is playing out super passive, not checking their back. So should not be a big problem. Although for Leo, the issue right now is they're all separated. So even if a player gets knocked out, the backup is going to be very far away. In the meanwhile, HORAA Esports, they're tossing a few nades onto the players of Team Viking. Aman is still sitting comfortably inside that particular shack, I might say. Bafe Ninja was trying to toss a few nades left and right, but none of those connect.
Yeah.
Crypto though, spotted by No Fear. That's the elimination for Aegon XI8. A with NB, the last remaining player, Sketch gets a knock onto the player of Team A51. Kancha down on the ground, and seems like Rex is not interested in the revival at first. Probably wants to drop a few smokes, and after that, we'll try to get that revival.
Sleepy? I mean, he's a man to be feared, but look at Yeta Utai in the back lines. Oh, he's just waiting for the right moment to strike, Fritz. He's waiting for the players of Raw to stand still, and he finally finds it. Rabin is the only man left alive for Raw. But Yeta Utai is a man on the mission to shut down the entirety of Raw Esports, but now the cavalry's arrived. Rabin's got nowhere to go. You might as well try to accept your fate.
Great
and that's
cover.
What happens. He gets taken down. Nicely done.
Great cover, man. They just essentially knew that the players of Team Raw were there, but had to make a move. Yeta Uta, the man, the snake in that situation, gets the jump on one of these players, was dropped out to very little HP, but then the support was insane. A51 versus A1NB, and A51 will be able to close it out as Kancha gets the knock on one, and Playzone takes care of the second player. It's down to these last remaining 5 teams. Leo Esports with all 4. HORAA Esports with all 4. Viking falls. Great nade by Sky. Will eliminate him. And now suddenly the players of Team HORAA have shifted their focus towards the players of Team A51. They want to deal with the players on the left-hand side before they fight it out against the players of Team Leo. Malik gets that opening knock. Kancha down on the ground.
Oh, HORAA Esports. They know that there's a threat lingering around them as
Good
well.
nade.
And look at the final circle. It's being controlled by the entirety of HORAA. They're here to march towards that first spot. The entirety of the final circle is being controlled by HORAA Esports. In the front is going to be the players of Leo. Can be the potential threat here, but then GG2, they've got one single solo man on a mission. Eventually, he gets snuffed out. That's it. Suki gets fought out and dealt with inside the game. Now it's going to be a one-on-one situation between these two teams. HORAA versus Leo Esports. Top 2 teams alive. The Alpha Times clashing against each other. Leo Esports, they have risen up from the ashes, but can this rise up mean that they can't take over HORAA Esports? That's the real question. Haitami gets pushed up close and personal. All it's needs is one single connection, and he finds it too. Leo Esports eliminated, and HORAA is going to be the one to come out on top. Solid stuff. All he needed was one single connection from that DBS, but unfortunately, he missed up on that opportunity.
Great job done by HORAA though. Isolating all their fights, they exactly knew the timing on where they had to pounce upon, especially that cleanup against the players of Team A51. They never stood a chance. They were eliminated as soon as HORAA even had that information. Those nades were perfect. That first lock was perfect. After which they then switch on to the players of Team Leo Esports, and that was just beautiful. Haitami in the end was put in what, a 1v2 or 1v3? Never found a way out. Great job done by the players of Team HORAA Esports, and they've toppled over the players of Team Aegon XI8. They have got that first spot.
15 eliminations. Oh my god. This was an absolute goated game. This is what I call a nuclear game. A nuke being dropped by HORAA Esports in the overall standings. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much to talk about in that previous game, but after this short break.
जो भी घर है, जो भी ऑब्जेक्ट है, उसको हम अपनी मर्जी से डिजाइन कर सकते हैं, अपनी मर्जी से उसको चेंज कर सकते हैं।
कसरी गर्छ भन्दाखेरि अब मैले चाहिँ वाउ मोडमा यसो हेर्दाखेरि 4v4 टिडिएम म्याप्सहरुमा चाहिँ 2-3 हजार जना मान्छेहरु जहिले एक्टिभ देखिरहेको छु।
त्यसपछि चाहिँ अनि यो प्र्याक्टिस गर्न पाए हुन्थ्यो भन्ने भयो अनि त्यसपछि सबैले मन गराए।
उस टाइम मुझे उसको बनाने में 10 दिन लग गए थे, लेकिन अगर अभी मैं वो मैप बनाऊंगा तो ऑलमोस्ट मैं 1-2 दिन के अंदर बना सकता हूँ इजीली।
हामी कम्पिटिटिभ प्लेयरहरूलाई चाहिने भनेको चाहिँ प्र्याक्टिस हो र वाउ मोडबाट चाहिँ हामीले धेरै नै प्र्याक्टिस पाएको छ।
पार्कर मोड चाहिँ मैले कहिले हेर्थेन, मैले लाइफमा सोचेको थिएँ मैले हेर्थेँ भनेर, बट त्यो एडिक्टेड हुने रहेछ के थियो।
इसका जो फ्यूचर है वो काफ़ी ब्राइट है।
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, what a beautiful chicken dinner that was. It was magnificent from the side of HORAA Esports. 15 eliminations and getting 25 points secured, and yes, indeed, that was quite a massive leap too in the overall standings. Now they're currently holding the throne. Fritz, imagine how close the overall standings are. Inside the top 5, every single team, they're just one decent game away from being the champions. Oh my god, till the end, this is just going to be a massive mystery.
That's true. I mean, we did not even see the overall standings in the last game, so no calculations can be made right now. All of these teams have that equal chance of being the champions of the tournament. The last game, we saw Erangel get that chicken. They were number 1. We now see HORAA Esports get this chicken. Now they're number 1. What a tournament this is turning out to be. But before we move any further, let's have a look at the MVP of this entire game. Should be a player from HORAA, right? Yeah, it is Malik. 5 eliminations, 608 damage. Great job done by the players.
Malik, man, as you mentioned, 608 damage dealt with 3 assists, survival time of 21:51. And with 4 knockouts, Malik has outshined his teammates, but also in general, it was a team game. You got to talk about that one single moment from the side of Yetaota too, from Leo Esports, just digging the graves of the Raw Esports players. They forgot to check their backs, and that's where there was one snake from Leo Esports who just completely shattered their hopes and dreams of at least staying closer to that first spot. But as we do move on forward towards the top 5 players, this time at least someone from A1 Esports is actually there with 3 eliminations. It's K9 Sky there too with 3, No Fear with 4, and Concha with 2.
Yeah, these are the players who made an impact in the overall game, but it more seems like that the entire squad of Team HORAA was there, except for one remaining player. So Mafia Ninja missed out, huh? Well, he'll probably show up in the next game and dominate the charts is what he will feel like. But yes, a great game of Sanhok. Match standings will be up next, and let's have a look at that. We know that HORAA should be out on top because 25 points. Nobody is beating that number. We do have a Droid 51 this time around with 11 points on the second spot. Leo following up close with 11 points to their name as well, but then the eliminations is where a Droid was shining. That's why they've been given the second spot. Erangel still, even though they got eliminated pretty early on, those 5 eliminations have helped them get those 6 points.
Oh, look at this unfortunate stuff, though. Raw Esports is nowhere to be seen. FPG, nowhere to be seen. The teams that were in the top 5 for the close contention for the first spot. The only teams that are over here are Leo Esports, AgonXad, and HORAA Esports. And let me tell you one thing, my friend. Even Leo Esports has breached in successfully inside the top 5. That means another team has been kicked out of the top 5. Who do you think it was? Was it Raw Esports or was
I believe yes.
FPG? I think so. It's FPG. FPG has been kicked out of the top 5.
Both of them, I suppose, because even Raw has not played good in the previous 2 games. Plus, the other teams, like 4 Raw. This time around, they only got 3 points, but the previous game, they had good number of frags with good number of points. So I believe both those teams would have been kicked off of the top 5. FPG, I'm completely sure about them. Raw Esports, still, they might be on the 5th spot, but I really have a strong feeling that they have been even demoted down further. Although the other teams, DRS, look at that, only 2 points. But hey, let's clear out all the speculation. Let's have a look at the overall standing this time around after match number 10. Let's see which team is out on the third spot. It's Raw. Okay, Raw is still there in top 5, but look at the lead that HORAA has.
I told you,
100
FPG
points
is
to
done.
their name. EGONXI8 with 93, and when it comes down to the third team, Raw Esports 78 points. A deficit of 22 points against HORAA.
Okay, let's make this clear. Let's make one thing clear, that only the top 4 teams now have a shot at winning this entire tournament. Even Raw and Men, they're way too far away. They need at least 120 bomber. They need at least 120 points chicken dinner, which can be a little bit too much to ask. So I would say if you are basing things off of just consistency, only the top 4, they've got a chance to at least make it inside the first spot. But as you move on forward towards the latter half of the board, you've got Undergang Slayer. At this point in time, anyone on latter half of the board, they are pretty much counted out. They might just be here to play the spoiler, though. If they won, they can go for the drop collisions and make things even more spicy.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Undergang Slayers, this team will definitely try to do something out of the book. Maybe same thing could be said for GG, Viking, even NB. Spoil the game of your opponents. Try to take all those 4v4 fights without any fear, because what are you afraid of now? Even God cannot make you qualify for the top 5, top 4 spots. So it's just good for you to improve your gun skills and perform in a little bit better fashion in the upcoming tournament. But yeah, now talking about the maps, only 2 remain. The next game is going to be on the map of Miramar, followed by the final game on Erangel.
Yeah, well, this upcoming game in Miramar is going to be so important for all the teams in the top 4. I mean, HORAA Esports, for them, they just need to pin the spot down, so maybe even 10 points can be really good. Actually, HORAA Esports just needs 10 points in the upcoming games, and then they would just be really good. In the upcoming 2 games, 10 points, HORAA Esports, consistency, done. No one can even think of catching up. But if HORAA Esports, if they miss out on even one single game, they're pretty much done. So all the other teams underneath, inside the leftover 3 teams in the top 4, all they need to do is just pray. Just hope that HORAA Esports, they will have one single bad game, or just hope that someone else in the latter half of the board actually goes ahead and tries to capitalize against the players of HORAA Esports and maybe just go for a drop collision. That can be a fun one to see.
Now, targeting a team is something we haven't seen till now in the South Asian region, even if it means that eliminating them out completely out of the tournament. So that is, for me, a good thing. At least you're upholding the spirit of the game. But hey, let's see. Anything can happen in this map of Miramar, the land of DMRs and snipers, as I love to say it. And here we go with the game. The playing path, I do see it starting from the region of Tierra Bronca, going all the way down south. Will be an interesting playing path. But hey, let's see if some of these teams face a little bit of a difficulty. I think Los Leones is going to be far away, so EGONXI8 will have a little bit of a gliding to do. But yeah, it's a central playing path. It's a really central playing path. This is as good as it gets on this map of Miramar. And let's see which team gets the most benefit out of it. But hey, there's a change on the caster desk too. We have Shadow back in action. So Shadow, what are your expectations from this map of Miramar?
Well, thank you so much, Fritz. And from Miramar, I'm expecting Raw Esports to get a winner chicken dinner, because the last Miramar didn't go in their favor. So I want to see that action from Raw, because Miramar has always been the strong map of theirs. But on the other side, EGONXI8, they are sitting on the second spot, Fritz. So this game and the next Erangel are most crucial for EGONXI8.
Yeah, EGONXI8, both these games are going to be very important, not only just for them, but for the entire top 5 teams, I feel. All of these teams still stand a chance, considering HORAA does not have a good game, because it all depends on HORAA being eliminated early on in one of these games, and then you will have that opportunity to climb back up. But we still will have to see if that happens or not. So, yeah, for now, early drops happening over here. EGONXI8, they might be in a tussle with the players of Team A1NB. I think A1NB is probably here just for the vehicles, but might end up clashing out against the players of EGONXI8, because they still are eyeing out for that western part of Los Leones. On the northern side, though, POC still have a really, really good area. Campo Militar, let me tell you, is a very good place to loot on early on in the game. Plus, when you have the zone, you don't have to worry about the rotations. It's paradise. POC will have the best loot period in the game.
Oh, yes, they are definitely. But look at the position of HORAA Esports. They are somewhere towards the northern side, northwestern side of water treatment. And in this circle, if they head towards the side of Cruz del Valle, I think HORAA esports can also benefit heavily from it. And speaking of HORAA esports, all these players, they have recently joined the lineup. Malik, No Fear, they used to be part of some other different lineup. So they were playing under a different banner. The synergy is still there. Same goes for the remaining players. So the best of the best players have decided to form a team, and the results are already in the overall ranking. They are sitting on the top, but looks like they're heading towards La Cobreria to get some resources just to be safe. Speaking of other team like DXD, they are towards the side of Valle del Mar. They have a very long journey inside the circle. It's not going to be an easy one, but FPG, this can be a good game for them because they are already sitting in the city of El Hazar.
Well, early drops have already happened. If we just talk about the clashes, we might see one around the region of, what do we call it, San Martin, I suppose, because I do see ISSL, Noob Alliance, and Leo quite in close proximity. And in the city of Los Leones, of course, where A1 NB is sharing the city with the players of Team Erangel. In itself, if we talk about some sort of self-discipline, if both these teams have self-discipline, both these teams can have good amount of loot and still not take a fight with each other. They just need to respect boundaries. But hey, this is the first time I believe when A1NB is dropping around Los Leones, so they might be a surprise for the players of Team A1XI8 too. So that is something you'll need to be careful about. So all these things are ifs and buts, depend on really the pathing of your looting. A1NB for now are they've just essentially rotated away, except for Sinister, who still is trying to loot out from here. 800 meters to get inside the zone. K9 coming in with the vehicle, trying to pick both his players back up so that they can rotate inside the zone easily. In the midway, if he finds a vehicle, he'll probably ping it for one of his teammates to pick it up. So this should not be a problem. The vehicles, you have a lot of vehicles in this city of Los Leones. Even Aegon XI8 I think are done with the loot and now are evacuating the city. Decent loot. Crypto has that M4, has that Mini 14 to work with. The only thing he lacks is a little bit of medicine. First aid kits could be a little concerning thing if he gets that early fight, if he gets into that early fight and takes a little bit of damage. But other than that, yeah, his teammates will help him out. So Aegon XI8 also rotating out, 300 meters for them to get inside the zone. Still, they have a couple of minutes left, so if they want to loot a little bit more, that could be a choice of their own. But Aegon XI8 set for now.
Well, they are certainly set for now in terms of the resources. Los Leones is a big city. You tend to get very good resources, but somewhere else on the map, Undergang Slayers are also locking horns with the players of AST, where a knock has come on to Gangster. There should be an easy revival because I don't see the players of AST rushing or pushing towards the side of Undergang Slayers as of now. But this knock is definitely going to deplete some resources because I don't see too many healings or first aids onto Undergang Slayers. So let's see how this fight is going to pan out, because both the teams are approaching the fight very cautiously. There is no unnecessary aggression or overcommitment that is being showcased, but looks like Incus has already closed in the distance towards one of the player of UG with a Scarrel in his hand and a Thompson, one of the best weapon for the close range, and looks like one player of UG is already on a very low HP. This should be an easy one for Incus, but from the back lane, the cover fire is there, and now Incus, who was there to hunt, becomes a hunty.
Hey, UG, they just split it out perfectly. I believe the steps were heard by Vadu in that situation. He called for backup. Chari gets in, just distracts him enough so that the teammate could get the job done. So 1-2, great 1-2 being played by UG. Early advantage in terms of numbers. AST, again, their players are completely spread apart. So all these will be individual battles that AST need to win if they still want to continue in the game. Or maybe they just can decide to fall back. Although Ajaya has decided to force a fight over here. Gangsta is pretty low on HP, switches to the Scarrel, has that 3x available. But then Ajaya trying to escape. Gangsta had a free opportunity to get that knock, but won't be able to make the most out of it.
Yeah, certainly. UG has managed to take down one player from the side of AST who was overcommitting, or should I say overextending in that particular fight. Slayer is already going for a flank angle, trying to backstab Chari. Look at the position of Zio. He has got an uphill advantage. From there, he can give a lot of information to his own teammates. And Ajay, yeah, finally takes down Chari over there. And UG, they have to go for the revival as Rega is going for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade. And Waru goes for a knock onto Ajay. Yeah, AST, who were already short on the numbers. One man more down. 2 players remaining from the backline. Slayer is trying to pep a few bullets in their direction. This Molotov should bring or could bring the knock onto 2 players of UG. That might be a sight of relief for AST, but unfortunately, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, suddenly Slayer realizes that it's a 2v4, is better to fall back, or maybe at least reposition to get a surprise knock. And that he will. He just might. He needed to connect that spray. Essentially, he does and brings both the player down. Rega Wadu down on the ground. Even Gangster falls. He might just convert this into a 1v4 fight. Has got a lot of knocks. UG down to just 1. I think Chari is the only one surviving, and he does not have a lot of health, and he also falls. Slayer pulls out a 1v3. A little bit of a help from Zio, and AST wipe out the squad of UG.
Well, if Slayer had shown that synergy, or should I say it's not Slayer's mistake. Actually, Inkis was being a little overcommitting in that particular fight, going and rushing towards the player without any backup. But nonetheless, they have managed to grab 4 elimination points, all thanks to Slayer and his teammate. Now AST, they have a big journey. They have to move inside the circle. And HORAA again going for the northern rotation. POC having the entire control of Campo Militar. DRS also on the southern periphery of the circle. Speaking of DRS, they have to find those elimination points, otherwise they won't come in top 10. But looks like the compound of 4 Raw has been challenged by an enemy in the name of A1NB.
Ooh, let's see, this is going to be an interesting fight. 4 Raw this time around have suffered a lot of casualties. Only Rogue is in a fighting stance over here, and he also falls to Sketch's UMP. It's all down to the last remaining player who also gets taken care of. So A1NB, in both of these days, this is the cleanest squad fight that I've seen A1NB take. Finally, they get that squad by 4 frags to their name early on in the game. And now looks like that they might be able to hop a few numbers in terms of the overall leaderboard. K9 is already out trying to hunt even more players, or probably get some more information on the back of their squad wipe that they've got. Hitman resetting himself in terms of the loot. Has to get inside the zone. That is something he has to take care about. Raw Esports though, a team which had great grip on that first spot after day number 1, has finally lost it after 4 consecutive bad maps. Not entirely bad, because game number 1 was still decent enough. They got into that top 5 position. But after that, it has been a downhill journey. Now, for now, all these 4 players are still surviving. I believe they already have some information about the Leo players in front of them. That's why they've parked their vehicles in such a fashion. But it could also be a rotating thing where they're just making sure that their vehicles are not damaged from anywhere. Kancha, I believe, has been spotted down. Under-toss nades are being thrown in from the players of Team Aegon XIA. That is Falak. He's trying to gather as much damage as possible, and probably even an hour. But Kancha is just running away for his dear life. He does not want to get taken down this early on.
But the question is, can he run away from the situation? Because it's Miramar, it's an open field, and I don't see his teammates anywhere in the close proximity that they can come and help him out in this little tricky situation. But on some other side of the map, we have DXD also going up against the players of FPG, where FPG are the ones getting those finish points for themselves, and DXD not having the manpower or all the players alive, but Rooms in a close frontal battle with the players of VIKINGxSS. It's a 1v2 situation. A vehicle run over coming in by Uzm takes down Rooms over there.
Beautiful comms running through the players of Team Aegon XI8, because I mean, Uzm could have easily said that we'll take a double battle, we'll take a dual face in front of Team A51, but he was like, nah, let me just run over, bro. You just don't peek. And then he exactly knew where DG19 was. Great job done by the players of Team Aegon XI8, and now they exactly know where the remaining 2 players are. They're stuck underneath Falak, and now the support is arriving. FPG on the other hand taking a fight with A1NB, but that's a fight we'll cover shortly. Rex falls. Falak might also go down to the play zone, but now it's all down to Kancha. Kancha is firing on a different team. He's taking a fight with DXD where nobody gets knocked out and gets left over by his own teammate. So Kancha might just get one frag, but that's all he gets because now the players of team Aegon XI8 will just pounce upon him as they also have to give revival to Falak up above.
Well, they certainly have to go for the rescue mission, but from the backlines, Crypto gets the confirmation point onto Kancha, and AD51, they bid bye-bye on the 14th spot. Now, against I8, they're already taking the damage of the blue, and don't see too many first aids onto Crypto. Maybe his teammates can help him out, or he could borrow, but at this point, being 700 meters away from the circle, against I8 should be prioritizing the rotation. But speaking of other teams, look at the traffic that is present on the southern side. So many teams are there, with Raw being right in the center of them, surrounded by Leo, GG, even A1 and B. But I'm more worried about Slayer, AST, the last player from AST. He's not in the best of the spot right now.
That's true. Slayer is just stuck between two different teams, and now even Aegon XI8 coming in from behind could also worsen the situation out. DRS in the meanwhile, they have traded players with FPG, so 1-for-1 is what that trade went, or how that trade went. Bia gets a pick this time onto Sujan, a player from DXD, and Zeol will help him confirm that frag. So these are just individual picks which have occurred due to the carelessness from a single player. Mighty gets a knock onto Zeol, but I suppose the cover fire should be there. Oh, wait a second. The cover fire was there, but then Kiva also falls. So a 1v2 attempted over there by DXD. The knocks are there. Let's see if the confirmations also follow through or not. In the meanwhile, Raw Esports just throwing in their scopes, gathering intel, gathering information. So if the zone in the next 20 seconds do not agree with them, do not agree with their position, they have information on the back of which they'll try to decide their rotation path. Kiva, in the meanwhile, gets completely finished off by a third team, DRS, finding that player out of position and finishing him off, putting him out of his misery. Zeol is knocked out. Bia, the last one standing, is going for a longer rotation so that he can gather some more extra survival points. That's the best thing he can do right now. On the other hand, GG, Leo, both of these teams will probably get in a face-off as GG have to move inside the zone.
Well, they certainly have to. And one team that can stop them in the tracks are the players of Leo. From the backlines, against I8 can also do a third party. So GG not in the best spot right now. Speaking of FPG, only one player remaining, 5 defeat points in their hands. So survival game should be the priority for Bia right now. He has got enough loot, enough resources in his hands. Just be a little cautious. But GG trying to challenge the compound of Leo Esports. I'm not so sure if that's going to be a smart move, because from the backlines, against I8 are also there. So there could be a chance of a third party. And Farad, maybe he do realize this situation. So he's taking a longer route inside the circle. Quite an open field where we have the players of Vikings as well. So GG, they are actually playing a very dangerous game.
Well, they are quite out in the open. I'm not sure how they want to play this one out. But hey, let's see if some changes could be made. Zio spots Mighty down. That was the last remaining player of DXD, and Devil X Dragon will fall. A1NB getting a lot of frags in this game. Vikings have lost another player to the hands of A1NB players. So that's a good thing for the players of Team A1NB. This game is going to be fun, at least for them, if not for others. HORAA Esports was still a part of this game and have started to throw in some shots onto the players of Team ISSL Noob Alliance. Although Leo also wanted to do something. And as soon as they spot a player down, spotted a knocked player out, they were like, yeah, oh, free frag? Easy frag for us? Yeah, we'll take it. They did not have to do the heavy job of knocking the player out. He was already knocked out, just they confirmed the frag. And just like that, HORAA Esports, they are so easily able to eliminate their opponents, ISSL, out of the game.
Well, they certainly are. Noob Alliance have been eliminated, and now only 11 teams remaining with 3 defeat points belonging to the players of HORAA Esports. HORAA are looking fantastic, as they are always looking fantastic in every game. The IGL is doing the perfect job of the rotations, the paths which they opt for. Everything is working in the favor of HORAA Esports as of now. But speaking of GG, well, they're just waiting for the next circle. That's when the rotations would begin for GG, Leo, A1, and B, as these 3 teams are quite adjacent to each other. But speaking of Againx IA, it looks like they're already locking horns with the players of AST. And I'm sorry, it's not Slayer who is the last player. 2 players are remaining from the side of AST. Zeo is also there. So it's kind of a 2v4 situation, which AST, I'm sure, doesn't want to engage in.
Yeah, I mean, Zeo is in a safe spot. Slayer could also decide to fall back. Just play together, because this duo can still try and survive. But in the meanwhile, Raw Esports has spotted down the players of Team AgonXI trying to make a move on AST and are throwing in some third-party shots. They will attract attention, but then if they're able to get a few knocks, this could really help them climb up the leaderboard. The zone has also taken a shift towards the northern part of the map. Aiko, in the meanwhile, is trying to fight it out against Slayer. It's better for Slayer to not peek, but now the utility exchange will start. The nades being thrown in by AgonXI, and I believe Slayer knew it, respects it, and falls back to avoid all those nades being thrown his way.
Well, certainly the great nades are being flung over towards the side of Slayer, as Crypto is trying to close in the distance. Perfect backup support is being provided to Crypto. In a close frontal battle, Crypto with the M416, the gun goes on the reload, and Slayer is still trying to find Crypto. Finally, Slayer has been taken down. Zeo still remaining from the side of AST, the only last ray of hope for AST. But looks like Againx I8, IQ, and Uzm are desperately trying to hunt down the last man of AST.
Yeah, Zeo, the best thing he could do right now is play spoil sport. AgonXI really need to move inside the zone. They are trying to use these vehicles and get in. But then this Dacia is already smoking out. If it bursts out, Aiku will be completely eliminated. Zeo spotted down, was not able to connect the spray, and now is in a whole world of trouble. Yes, he gets a knock, but not the second one. The trade is there. Agon will probably get the revival and then move forward inside the zone.
They are certainly. But HORAA and Leo look like they're also locking horns with each other, where Sky has been taken down, has been knocked down. Let's hope a revival comes in. Actually, it's the vice versa. Leo has been taken down by Sky. I'm sorry. And Leo again back on his feet. It's a 4v4 situation, but right now Leo's, they are trying to prioritize a circle, as in 1 minute 30 seconds the blue will be closing in. But Raw Esports Zodi finds one knock onto Leo Yeta Uta. This is definitely not a good news, as a third party is happening onto the players of Leo. They can become the patty in the sandwich.
Oh, let's see. AgonXI8, your enemy Sinister is the prey right now. DRS on the other hand, though, they've been able to eliminate the players of Team FPG, I suppose. That was the final player surviving. In the meanwhile, the 5th zone has already started to close in. DRS, let's see what the decision is after this zone. 1 minute left on the clock. A lot of players falling apart right now. K9 tosses a nade out and takes down Uzm. Sketch will be able to confirm that frag. So that means I8 is also in a lot of trouble. Leo, on the other hand, they did lose Yeta Uta early on, but now are firing right back. HORAA, one of the player gets taken down, but then the trade is there. Falak tosses a nade onto the player of Team A1NB. A lot of fights happening all around the map. Leo really need to get inside the zone, and for that they need to take care of the players of Team HORAA Esports. Look at that, one of the players is still out behind on the left hand side. He could play the spoil sport. Even the players of GG will be a concern for the players of Team Leo to get in, and now I believe it's just the last remaining player, Liquid, who will fall to the play zone.
Liquid not in the best of the spot right now, trying to patch himself up, but the blue was dishing a lot of damage. It finally has been taken down by the player zone, and Leo Esports bids bye-bye on the 9th spot. Againx I8, speaking of them, well, Crypto is the only man standing as he takes down, or tried to take down, actually took down A1NB last player Sketch. 7 teams remaining, 21 players. Crypto having decent position, I'll say, on the edge of the circle, but still 23 meters away from the zone. On the other side, GG and Raw are also trying to engage in a fight, where the players of Raw are looking better. as Sleepy finds a confirmation point. 3 confirmation points already in the favor of Raw Esports. As they are trying to clear the floor, they have to engage in a fight with the players of HORAA. Perfect grenade from Sleepy takes down not just one but 2 players from HORAA.
Oh, this is troublesome for HORAA Esports. Even the players of POC, that third party is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. Now even the zone is slowly and steadily moving in. So we might see GG surviving this onslaught, but HORAA of course not. They will be taken down. Zordi tosses another nade, gets another knock. HORAA just stuck behind a tree, not finding any sort of cover, and now the wall of death pushing into VIKingxSS. So in the meanwhile throws in a third party onto the players of Team GG. Zordi from Rock gets the final frag, and with that, GEUD Gaming out of the game.
Well, they certainly are, and POC Core has also been knocked out. But HORAA, I'm a little worried about them because they don't have much space or breathing space to play around. As the players of Raw Esports, especially Sleepy, is pushing towards them. So HORAA, they have to be very careful, and so do the players of Raw Esports. But looks like Raw, they have already made it inside the safety of the circle. But one of the players from the side of VIKINGxSS is also there, pretty much pinned down behind that little wooden shack. Raw Esports, they need to watch their 6 because there are few players or teams that can backstab.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, HORAA could be the one if they do climb the hill, but they do not have enough time as the zone is already closing in. Zordi makes things worse as he spots the player of HORAA down, takes him down, and now it's all down to the last remaining guy. POC, Dayubi is also a person of interest right now for Raw. They're taking every fight they can get over here. Jiggle trying to just jump spot this last remaining Viking player in this shack at least. Takes him down, easy knock, and Raw Esports will control the shack now.
Oh, they certainly, yeah, they have managed to get the control of this little wooden shack. But right now, Jiggle is getting punished by the players of HORAA from far off angle. Mafia took him down, but Mafia has also been taken down by Zordi of Raw, and VIKingxSS also bits bye-bye. Now only 4 teams remaining. A Crypto, well, he has managed to come inside top 4. He has got a big weapon, MG3, and he has a clear line of sight on the players of Raw as well. And doesn't see playing the best of the position for the players of Raw Esports, as Crypto can definitely find at least 1 or 2 players, maybe 2 players also from Raw, and get those confirmation points.
VikingxSS, though, one of these players are one of the players is still surviving. But for how long is the biggest question. Raw Esports all struck down to just one single compound. POC have the best possible control of this play zone. They should not let the players of Team Raw Esports escape that particular shack. Should be able to get those frags. Even DRS have a good place inside the zone, as one of their guys is already in, and the other 2 are making sure that their flanks are all clear and no surprises are to be found. Saigo would be the only one who's still in a position that will threat the players of Team DRS. But hey, let's see if he's able to do anything from that particular spot.
Let's see if he can do anything, but this time DRS, they have made a very good outing in this one. 4 defeat points, and they are in top 4. If they manage to eliminate the threat in the name of POC, I think DRS will be looking fantastic, and maybe they will march towards the victory in this one, because they have the they'll be having the entire control after eliminating the player of POC. But right now, the entire focus of POC is on to the players of Raw Esports. And Raw, they have to be very careful from those throwables that might be coming in from the side of POC, as Kalein was trying to do the same, but looked like Zordi dealt with him. And now the UB is also on a very low HP. He could be the next victim from the shots coming from the side of Raw Esports.
With that knock, Raw has been able to get inside the zone and have been able to cut off the angle from at least 2 of these players. Core and Kylehan need to really peek out if they want to get those knocks. Zordi was the only one left behind, but now Dayubi from far away has been able to get that knock onto Prabeen. He is being sprayed upon, but as soon as he prones down, he gets instant cover because of the territory that we are playing in. It's Miramar. It has a lot of small ridges available to play around with. Zordi pushing in from the left hand side, tries to get some information, tries to get anything that he can, but is not able to deliver that knock. Now needs to survive, maybe just prones down near the vehicle, near the temporary cover. Core spots out Sleepy, all out in the open, puts him to rest. Raw Esports suddenly from a powerful position has started to fall down. And this is what we talked about. We wanted these teams on the lower half to trouble the teams in top 5, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Raw really desperately needed the chicken, but I believe now they will be picked off one by one and might just be able to break into top 3 unless and until Agonx I8 gets taken care of by one of these players, but I don't think so that is going to be the case. Core spotted, shot upon, but will be able to reset.
Well, they certainly have to reset. POC also trying to crawl their way inside the safety of the circle. But the uphill advantage is with the players of DRS, as D1868 trying to use those throwables to bring the players of POC on their knees. And Killer YT, his entire focus is on to Crypto, the last man standing from the side of VIKINGxSS I8. But on the other side of the map, Raw Esports, well, they have been eliminated. Now 3 teams remaining, where VIKINGxSS I8 with only 1 player, GRS and POC having the numbers advantage. But Carlane is already so close to the players of DRS. He has to be very cautious and careful. Otherwise, the DBS in the hands of Killer YT could result in his demise.
So let's see. DRS really have a powerful spot, and XMPL finds Skylan early on. This is a good knock because POC really need to maybe rush into the things if they want to get that revival. Otherwise, need to lose this player. These are the only 2 options that they have. POC just waiting it out. Finally sit into the vehicle, try to close in the distance, but now DRS, they get activated. XMPL sprays the players, tries to spray the player down, but has not been able to get that knock either. D1868 knows that Crypto has already creeped up, but the more pressing issue are the players of team. Never mind. I was about to say the opponent, the team of POC, but then he gets dealt with, and now DRS versus POC will be the final fight.
Well, certainly this is the final fight. DRS finally having a good outing in this one. 3 players still remaining, and yes, the little bit of the soft cover, the smoke is there to help the players of DRS and the players of POC. But Core, coming from the back lines, grabs the attention of Killer YT. No throwable whatsoever. They're running little short on those grenades and molotovs, but DRS, they're looking fantastic as Killer YT switched to DBS and a UMP45 in the hands of Core. Let's see if that UMP45 can bring a knock or not. The height advantage is still with the players of DRS, and the blue has already started closing in. It will start punishing the players of DRS first, so POC, they do have this advantage, the position advantage now.
Killer has a nade. This nade could be huge. He needs to time it perfectly though. Let's see. Core around the smokes, wants to play around the smokes, want to just take down the players of team DRS, choke them out, but Core spotted down. Killer's nade, as I said, needed to be perfect. It is. Chip down to little HP, and the knock is there. Dayubi trying to survive. A flash being prepared over here by XMPL, trying to flush out Dayubi maybe, and that's exactly what they do. Dayubi pushed off in an off angle. Another knock being achieved. No, that's a great XMPL. You need to find the player. Footsteps heard. Player seen. DRS finally get that chicken dinner on the map of Miramar.
Well, finally, DRS, they were waiting for it from so long, and finally they get a winner chicken dinner for themselves. We were waiting for this DRS, where is DRS? Why they are on the bottom or the later half of the overall ranking, but with this chicken dinner, I'm sure they're going to get this momentum. Better late than never, only 1 game remaining after this, but finally we have seen the domination from DRS, which we have been witnessing in the previous seasons of PMPL.
Oh, finally, DRS Gaming getting that chicken dinner, getting that much awaited chicken dinner for themselves. And this might propel them into the top 10 positions. But then again, the dream of winning the championship will still be very, very far away. 19 points from this game. They've been able to push themselves all the way up to 9th rank. But that's about it. One more good game might get themselves into top 5, but not into the top 3 or 4 positions. So a good attempt, a great game of Miramar being played to 19 points with 9 eliminations. DRS Gaming will be able to win the map of Miramar.
Yes, certainly. 19 points in the name of DRS. and now they are on the 9th position in the overall ranking. We'll discuss more about this game, but after this short little break.
World of Wonder received loads of updates in version 2.9. For this video, let's take a look at the highly anticipated group editing feature. This feature lets 4 players edit together and communicate via voice chat. The leader can choose to use a new template or edit an existing template. So, how do you access group editing? Firstly, every group editing participant must be a creator. Additionally, everyone needs to have downloaded all the map editing resources beforehand. Then, you can invite your friends to form a team in the lobby and enter the creation together. In the editing mode, the leader and teammates have different permissions. The leader has full editing permissions, while the other teammates working on the creation can move, place, copy, and delete objects, as well as group them together, but they can't save them as custom prefab. They can also modify some editing settings, playtest settings, and gameplay device settings. During the editing process, it is important to note that while an object is being edited by a player, no one else will be able to. After publishing the creation, the leader's UID will be displayed. Group editing is great for helping beginners learn how to build and for completing creations quickly. In the editor, the leader can enable multiplayer playtesting to better assess the map's completeness. Furthermore, each team member can help build different aspects to create much more efficiently. Lastly, new players can invite experienced players to create together. That way, they can learn more quickly. Of course, the leader should be aware that all edits made by participating members take effect in real time and cannot be undone after saving. Gather your friends and try group editing now to experience the joy of co-creation. There's still lots more fun to be had with the group editing feature. If you have any interesting ideas or suggestions, be sure to share them in the official PUBG Mobile World of Wonder Discord server. For more World of Wonder creation strategies, please check out the World of Wonder section of the Co-Create space.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching PUBG Mobile Club Open South Asia 2023. For some reason, I got reminded of PMPL, but it's PMCO 2023. Yeah, and DRS finally, friends, they got a winner chicken dinner for themselves, and in quite a fashion.
Yeah, good for them. Too little, too late, I'd say, because even this chicken had only 9 frags. If it was somewhere around 15 frags, we could have still thought that, oh, one more game like that might push them up in top 5. But hey, a victory is a victory, and that's what the players of Team DRS get. Probably the MVP is going to be from DRS as well. Or we might have the players of POC, but I don't exactly remember how many frags did they have. I don't think so a lot. But yeah, great job done by the other teams as well. The top performing teams this time around was ROY Esports in terms of the top 5 teams. So how much of a difference have they been able to gobble up? That is going to be a question. But before we jump into that, let's have a look at the most valuable player of the game. It is going to be Sleepy from ROY Esports. Of course, I was expecting this because he had good number of frags, 1000 damage. But the elimination just does not do justice to him.
I wonder how much damage is from those grenades, because I do remember he knocked down 2 players of HORAA Esports with just a single nade. So definitely Sleepy was doing so much for his team, the way he was pincing down the players of HORAA Esports or be it AST. So he was doing so much. 1000 damage, 3 LMs, perfect stats coming in from this particular lad. But along with him, we have XMPL also from DRS with 4 LMs of his own.
Yeah, talking about the top players, there is the list: Sleepy, XMPL, Zordi, Crypto, Core. All these players had a good impact in the game. But then again, you do see 2 different players from Team ROY Esports. That means they had a good frag game. 7 frags between the two, Zordi and Sleepy. Great job done by these players. XMPL from DRS had 4, even though they got that chicken dinner. 9 frags, out of which 4 were by XMPL. So he was the fragger for his team.
Well, certainly Crypto also from Againxside with 3 elims, Core of POC with 2 elims, but a lot of damage that he was dishing out. But looking at the match summary, we have got 59 elimination and 62 knocks. A decent knock elimination ratio. The longest elimination was of 333 meters. Total healing stun were 8,796 and 1 vehicle elimination also.
That was interesting. I mean, vehicle eliminations on this map of Miramar are usually less as compared to what we've got over here. But hey, if you get it, it's fine for you. Let's have a look at the match rankings as well. 19 points for DRS. EgonXI8 had 10 eliminations. Wait a second, I thought it was only Raw who performed. But no, even EgonXI8 had a good say in the game. 15 total points for them. Raw Esports also get 12. But look at that, POC have 8, even NB with 7. Where's HORAA with 7 points. So that's a decent game. Nobody is touching HORAA right now.
Oh, certainly. No one is touching HORAA Esports right now. They have got those average points which they needed. But Vikings also this time, they have got 5 points to the name. GEUD Gaming with 3 points on the 10th spot. Undergang Slayers with 2 points. Leo Esports just 1 point to the name. Devil X Dragon, AD51, not so good performance, just 1 point to their name. Also, Noob Alliance and Raw MN with nothing, 0 in this game.
Oh, that is definitely going to be a difficult thing for the other teams. But yeah, this is going to be the final game of the day. Erangel, the final map where the champions will be decided. Super excited for this one. I mean, we do have HORAA Esports who are looking to be the victors. But we will have to see. We will have to see if that's the case, because one bad start for HORAA Esports could entirely turn the game. I don't think so. Production is going to show us the overall standings just before the final game. But hey, it is going to be super fun just because of that. We do not know who the team is on the second spot. I believe it's EgonXI8, considering the great performance that they had. They have closed in the distance quite a bit, but still, the deficiency is still going to be there. It is going to be fun. But ladies and gentlemen, let's jump right into the final game of Erangel.
Well, for the last time in PMCO 2023, we have the big blue bird in the sky going all the way from Georgopol. Looks like we have a northern flight path from Georgopol towards Lipovka. But also, there is a slight change in the caster desk. We have Necro joining me. Necro, how are you doing, man?
Points in that previous game. Yeah, they have still managed to pin that spot down, but you never know. One bad game, this single bad game can cost him that entire championship slot. So you never know. HORAA Esports, all they need to do is play for survival. If they try to be greedy inside this game, that might just be it. But as we've got the planned flight path, as you mentioned, starting all the way from Georgopol towards Lipovka, HORAA Esports as well, just taking an exit towards Yasna Polyana. No issues over there. EgonXI8, they like to go all the way down south towards military base. It's going to be a hell of a stretch for them.
Yes, definitely. But if I remember correctly, Againxside, they tend to perform in those circles really good. If the circle is quite opposite to the drop location, that is the northern circles or the northern flight path. So Againxside, okay, it's not a northern circle. We have an eastern circle where the players of DRS can benefit heavily, or even the players of Raw Esports also, or maybe HORAA, because they are already in the city of Yasna. This is definitely a very good circle for the players of HORAA Esports, Necro.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, HORAA Esports inside Yasna Polyana, it's not going to be that much of an issue for them to actually make it to the centric spot, including the players of DRS as well. You can say the same thing, and even Devil X Dragon. These guys are going to be in a really good spot. But the team that are going to be in contention for the first spot, EgonXI at Raw Esports, these two guys, they need to desperately perform inside the game. EgonXI, one thing is for sure, their eyes are going to be on that spot. One single mistake, EgonXI knows that their spot will be taken away easily. So over here, I should be on the prize. HORAA Esports, all they need to do is just play for the survival. That's it. All they need to do is just hide inside the houses for as long as possible.
And they've already been gifted by PUBG Gods a perfect circle to do that. But speaking of other teams like AST, they have to make their way inside the circle, and the players of Raw Esports or UG Undergang Slayers can also ruin their plans. But speaking of Vikings, well, they are in the city of Lipovka, one of the most underrated place, I would say it, because Lipovka tends to offer a decent loot for all the 4+, but looks like the first blood has already been drawn.
Pretty much, and that too, Jimmy. He's got a knife in his hand and a slit in the enemy's throats, I guess. Jimmy, off the bat, is having a great start. ISSL Noob Alliance, one of those teams. I mean, throughout the tournament, they have struggled. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter even if they are going to have a good final game. It's really not going to matter. The same thing could be said for the DRS as well, because they did win the previous game, but how much impact does it really make? The answer is none. So it doesn't even matter if they did get that previous game in the hand.
Well, certainly. And yeah, but still, I think they should try to get a winner-winner chicken dinner, no matter what the result is in the overall standings. But speaking of VIKINGxSS, the previous Erangel, that means the match number 3, they got a winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves. And they can try to do so again, because the rotations are not going to be that difficult for VIKINGxSS if they opt for Nova Ripnoy Bridge. So let's see which route they are going to opt. But for now, they are looking pretty good in terms of the resources, because yeah, military base offers the best loot, and that it has been a home ground for VIKINGxSS from a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, VIKINGxSS, as you mentioned, it's been their home turf for a long time, and these guys are still looting forward. Now, my real eyes are going to be towards the circle, who is actually prioritizing to be in that centric spot. There are a couple of these teams that have struggled through the start. And as I mentioned, right now the battle is literally just in the top 3. The team that's in the 3rd spot will have a little bit of a more tougher climbing. The team on the 2nd can have a really easy shot. All they need to do is have a decent game. And if HORAA Esports slips out in this game, well, then that's it. HORAA Esports is pretty much not going to be the winners. Unless all the top 3 teams end up just crumbling down like that, then maybe that can be like a God-gifted win. But still, for now, the top 3 is looking way too close to comfort. And the other teams on the latter half of the board, or the other teams underneath the top 5, are just here to play that spoiler. Even if any of these players do get taken down by any of the teams that are going to be on the latter half of the board, that's something that's going to be reminded to them throughout their entire career. That how they were so close to win the entire PMCO, but then they got eliminated by a team who was not even, or who didn't even stand a chance to win the PMCO. That's something that's going to be like a pinch of salt on top of the wounds.
You definitely like to focus on those points. But speaking of POC, yeah, they're not in the best of the spot right now. And looks like they're going for a very long rotation, or they're just going to grab more resources. And hey, Necro, I just want to ask you out of the blue, just a random question. DBS, what's your point of view? Because I completely hate DBS. Do you like that weapon?
I mean, there's pros and cons for it, right? Of course, DBS, it is a solid weapon, but then once again, you need to be super accurate. You need to be super accurate in close range. You need to be in a point-blank range for you to get the knockout. And if you miss that initial shot, well, then you pretty much can't be done. Imagine a DBS versus UMP fight, right? Up close and personal. The DBS guy misses the first shot. UMP clearly has a big advantage, because then you need to pump the DBS. That's where the UMP can take the cake. But then once again, the initial shot connected, DBS can pretty much come out on top. Of course, shotguns are going to be super overpowered in the up close and personal combats, but I mean, you can't really do anything about it, right? Maybe the only nerf that you can try to bring to the DBS is pretty much just make it super rare. Maybe that can be the only nerf, because if you nerf it to the ground, well, then that weapon's going to be pretty much useless. And I'm pretty sure the developers do not really want that.
Or maybe just send it back to the airdrop. That could be an option.
I don't think so. Anyone would even try to go for that then. Airdrop is a little bit too much of a bigger of a nerf. I would just say make it super rare.
Yeah, true. You have a point. But right now, even the players of AST and POC are also trying to lock horns with each other. And from the rooftop, the players of HORAA, Sky, is trying to grab as much information as much possible. But look at that. AST, in case with that M416, is trying to take down the players of POC. And looks like not just 1, 2 players are going to be taken down. Play Zone also coming into the picture, takes down Kailan. AST Slayer also goes down. This is not looking good at all for both these teams.
Yeah, AST are just falling apart, but still they've got a Jaya on his feet, and he's the only one holding his team up. For how long, though? That's the real question. Core's out in the open position. Spotted. The nade's going to sail in that direction. Core shut down as well. POC on the verge of getting eliminated completely from this game. And Ajaya, he's just here to claim the elimination points. It's like a feast for this man, but he also needs to prioritize resurrection on his teammates. So he needs to go for that trade res. AST, the players are bleeding out to their death. Incuss needs to be back up on his feet. Slayer needs to be back up on his feet. But AST themselves know that at this point in time, the game's done. They cannot do anything in order for them to get back inside the race anymore. It's just done. Even Ajaya himself knows he's the only man on the mission inside the team now.
He has to fall back. It's pretty much done. All he can do is maximum get the confirmation point onto the fallen player of POC. But that's also kind of a risky thing because they are fighting the blue. He is close to 2,200 meters away from the circle. Good grenade, but missing the marker. And POC player is still surviving. A good smoke trail, rather, I'll say, from the side of Jayubi to revive his fallen comrade. And Ajaya, well, 2,200 meters is quite a long distance that he has to travel, but looks like he's going for those finish points, and the UB also gets taken down, and an entirety of POC has been eliminated. But now Ajaya, he has to collect some first aids and move as quickly as possible into the safety of the circle.
The next circle shift's going to be a little bit towards the northern side. Yasna Poliana is going to be favored. And as I mentioned, all the players of HORAA need to do is just play safe. And that's what they're doing so far. Just hide yourself in the houses, hold one single building, and you should be good to go. And that's what I think so the players of HORAA are doing too. No need to focus on fights. No need to pressure any team. As long as you're going to be safe, that's all that matters. AST for them, Ajaya, being the only man alive at this point in time, Ajaya himself knows that he does not stand a chance to win the tournament. So you might as well try to do whatever you want. You can try to pull off some weird shenanigans. HORAA Esports on our screens. And as I mentioned, all you need to do is just hold down one single compound. And that's exactly what HORAA is doing. Good thinking.
Well, certainly good thinking. They have the entire control of the big blue building of Yasnia, like you pointed out. But speaking of A1NB Esports, they are also in the close proximity of one of the team. I believe it's either EGNXI8 or UG. So actually both. A51 is also there. So A1NB, they have to be a little careful. They are very well aware of the enemy threat lingering nearby. All they are doing is just waiting for the next circle shift. Looking at the resources, they're looking pretty decent, but looking at the position in the overall ranking, I don't think even if they pull off a winner chicken dinner that they can come in top 4. Am I right? Is my maths correct? Yeah, they can't. The chances are very less.
Yeah, no, that's why I said the real battle is literally in the top 3. I mean, the fight is to be on the first spot, right? So we might as well just focus on the top 3. A1NB, these guys have definitely disappointed their fans, that's for sure, because I mean, a lot of people had a lot of expectations from this team. I personally had a talk with a couple of people as well. They themselves said that A1NB, we have so many expectations this time, but not being able to perform is definitely going to be a massive letdown for the fans. UG, position compromised. Now A1NB knows that there's someone in that compound. I like that split from the side of A1NB, though. I'm not going to lie. It's a 2-2 split. 2 players in this compound, 2 players far away in that compound. So anyone who's going to try to drive through from between, it's going to be a well-coordinated play. I hope the communication issue will be sorted soon, though. Leo Esports breaching in from the northern side. That's going to be a clear breach for them. FPG2 trying to breach in from that Yasna Poliana side, too. That's going to be a clear breach for them as well.
And remaining teams are trying to come from the southern side. That's where the maximum third parties can happen. But right now, again, XI8, they have managed to find a knock onto Rogue. Let's see if they can find the confirmation point as well. But looking at A51, not the best of the spot right now. But again, XI8 Falak with those throwables and the grenades, should I say barrage of grenades, is trying to get those confirmation points. But no confirmation for now. Falak needs to patch himself up or maybe just close in the distance along with his teammates as the vehicles are already on the standby. But A51 Kancha also finds one knock onto the player of Raw Esports. I believe that was Jiggle.
DXD, both these teams. Oh, good flash though. Hold on. I was about to say both these teams, I mean, they do not even have a chance to do anything, but still maybe here to gain that experience, I guess. And DXD, so John is way too up close and personal. ISSL Noob Alliance, for them to do anything at this point in time is really tough, considering they've lost out on Jimmy too, but the return barrage of nades is something that's finding the value. So I guess you might as well try to go for it, right? As long as it's working. And so John was quite low. The resurrection's there on the time. Maybe this nade can find it, but no, unfortunately no.
DXD is still trying to fight with tooth and nail. Little peek from the side of Lucifer, and Malaboy was ready with his Carrel. Now Noob Alliance, they have to be very careful as the grenades might come in from the side of DXD. Even we have the players of VIKINGxSS I8 in the close proximity, but Raw, Sleepy finds a confirmation onto Sanchir. And with that, Raw Esports, well, they have been eliminated, 13 teams remaining. Lucifer is trying to find the perfect projectile for the grenade to find some connection onto the players of DXD. But no connection at all. It's kind of a stalemate situation for both these teams, DXD and Noob Alliance.
VIKINGxSS I8. Oh, lose him in the far fray. It's a 1-3 split. I'm not sure what VIKINGxSS I8 are trying to pull off, especially in this such of a crucial moment. You're going for such a risky spread. I'm not sure how the future planning is going to look like, considering Uzum's way too low, but no, eventually he's deciding to regroup with his team, which is a wiser option. But for now, A1NB engaging in a fight. The man gets ran over, Sketch knocked out. The two players in the far fray can't do anything other than just watch their teammates get leeched upon and just eliminated and devoured from the game. This 2-2 split, it did seem quite good, but then in the end, it also sort of became the way for their demise. Unfortunately, A1NB, they were just not able to play the split perfectly enough. The cavalry just wasn't really there, and now it's all just down to Hitmine and K9OP. Oh, these guys really need to figure out what exactly is going wrong with this team, man. I'm not even going to lie. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow for the players and for the viewers as well, for the fan base. But these guys really need to figure out the problem. Their communication issue has been an issue for a really long time now. It's almost been 1.5 or 2 years since this team's not been able to play that well. They need to do something.
100% agreed, because Sinister being such a veteran player, this should not be coming in from him and his teammates. But I hope that next time when we see A1NB, these issues would have been resolved. But for now, FPG is the next target for the players of Leo Esports, as one player goes down from FPG. But retaliation also coming in, as Yetat Ota has been taken down. BRB also goes down. The fight is definitely happening, and the players of FPG are losing that one. But from the rooftop angle, Malaboy is also trying to pep a few bullets in the direction of Noob Alliance, as Noob Alliance are trying to back away or fall back from this particular fight. And looks like they have already made it to the safety.
That's what it seems like. DRS Dragons. All the 4 players inside Mansion in a comfortable spot, in a cozy spot. Top 3 teams, that's why my eyes are still locked on. That's what I want to find out how they're doing. HORAA is one of those. Raw is one of those. And someone else is still in that race for the first spot. HORAA, one thing is for sure, these guys are still safe. No issues in that regard. A1NB in front of us for now. They were taking a couple of shots against the players of DRS. Nothing can be done over here. VIKINGxSS I8 now looking forward to chime inside a fight, and they're actually taking down the players of Noob Alliance too. But from the far fray, it's going to be a third party from DRS Dragons. DRS Dragons, for them, this is a feast, and they're here to claim the points. It's going to be a little bit of a tough one to claim, though, considering Malaboy is now all by himself, and he knows that he's getting pounced on by the entirety of VIKINGxSS I8. It's better to back away and play a little bit more safe. That's the only visor option, and that's what Malaboy is possibly trying to pull off as well. VIKINGxSS I8, they're a little bit hurt. They've lost out on IQ, and instant confirmation follows up too. DRS Dragons, now they're here to dig a grave off the players of VIKINGxSS I8. Crypto up close and personal. This man is a name to be feared, but let's see how well Crypto's going to be able to defend his team from this entire wrath of DRS Dragons.
But the DBS in the hands of Malaboy is also something that we need to consider, as he was trying to charge in towards the side of VIKINGxSS I8. Palang still prone down in the smoke, hiding, and looks like Malaboy is unaware about the position of Falak, and this is something that is worrying me. And finally, Falak strikes, takes down Mala Boy over there, and now DXD, they're not looking as good as they were, as Mighty is in a 1v2 situation against again IH, as Crypto is also moving closer. Mighty trying to patch himself up. A lot of smoke has been utilized, but Falak, he's getting shots from somewhere else. A third party coming in the name of Ajaya of AST from far away. He has managed to take down Falak. A blessing in disguise for the players of DXD, looks like. Both these teams quite few meters away from the safe circle, 70 meters, and 25 seconds on the clock. That's when the blue will start closing in, and both these teams, they have to focus or prioritize the rotation at this point.
Pretty much. Sleepy is over there too from the side of HORAA Esports, DRS Dragons. I mean, these guys have managed to get at least one man down from the side of VIKINGxSS, and that talent can actually prove out quite a lot. That initial opening that they found against VIKINGxSS is probably now just playing with their heads, playing with their minds. Because VIKINGxSS, they're in the run for the championship. They're in the run for the winning spot. Oh, player spotted out in the open. This can be so bad. Uzum. Oh, Prone's back in the nick of time. That got me scared a little bit too much. Because VIKINGxSS, at this point in time, even they're probably feeling the pressure. Even they can't feel the adrenaline that's going to be there inside the game. And yeah, every single step you take has to be so cautiously. And unfortunately for the side of VIKINGxSS, even their backs are against the wall. So they need to make it inside the save zone as quick as possible.
Well, they have to. But with that, Leo Esports, they also bid bye-bye on the 10th spot with 4 elims to their name. No fear of HORAA finds Vikings players, Machine, taken down, but looks like again XIA, they're also challenging the players of DXG, barging into the compound as Crypto from the backlines finds Mala Boy over there. Instant knock coming in, and the players are not prepared. DXG is not prepared for this barrage, and Mighty also goes down through the hands of Falak thanks to that DBS action coming in. And now Falak with that grenade is trying to find the last remaining player of DXD.
Just like that. Just like that, VIKINGxSS, they've shut down the players of DRS Dragons who were making so much noise against VIKINGxSS. That's why you do not really mess around with the best of the best. And that's what the players of IAD have now proven to the opponents. Connection was found, so John's taken down a bit low. They know exactly where this player is too. But the unfortunate stuff is that they cannot just make the send it like that. Even though it's just one man alive, you never know. Maybe he can clutch it out. A 1v3 scenario, we've seen this happen uncountable amount of times. And now finally the push is going to come through. VIKINGxSS looking for to flush out their opponents like they do not even mean anything. And for a close and personal, it's not going to matter against the shotguns though.
Sujan was trying not to give any sort of sound cue, but 1v3 was way too much to deal with, and finally they have been eliminated. But again, XIA, they're raining death and destruction. Look at those 10 finish points which they have accumulated for themselves. HORAA Esports also trying to find their way inside the safety of the circle, having the complete northwestern control under their favor, but they need to be a little cautious of enemies in the nearby vicinity, especially in the name of RAW and UG as well. UG are so very close to the players of HORAA Esports, but as the circle shift comes in, now HORAA, they're a little close to 90 meters away from the safe circle.
Pretty much. Oh, look at Sleepy. HORAA Esports really well aware of their surrounding. This fight is going to be a fight of the century. HORAA Esports versus HORAA Esports. I would really love to see who's going to come out on top because, as I mentioned, HORAA Esports, VIKINGxSS, and HORAA Esports, these three teams are still in the run to win the game. All HORAA Esports needs to do is play safe as much as possible and win the game. But unfortunately, Mafia Ninja knocked out. Not a good news at all. It's the players of UG2 finding that knockout. Resurrection's going to be there. Luckily enough, the smoke was deployed, so that's why the execution did not really come through. But HORAA Esports, they managed to eject one of the players out from the side of HORAA. Sky knocked out and instantly finished as well. RAW, this is what they were looking for. This is like a date with destiny for the side of HORAA Esports. The exact moment they have been graced with. And now the MP45 as well, starting to make it count. Jingle finds to knock out another player. HORAA starting to get dismantled. This might just be the chance the players of VIKINGxSS and HORAA Esports were looking out for.
Well, certainly, Sleepy also goes down. Zordy on a sliver of HP manages to find the last player of HORAA Esports and marks an in. And HORAA Esports, they bite off the dust. Raw Esports, they have to go for the rescue mission onto Sleepy. Good defeat points in their favor. But looking at A1NB, Hitman has been spotted down by EggenXI8. And EggenXI8 fighting from the blue as Palak is trying to make his way inside the safety, but it's not going to be so easy as from uphill, K9 spots him and instantly shuts him down. Uzm being the last man standing now.
Hitman softened up. A1NB can be the spoiler in the sport. Hitman. Oh, good tracing through the trees as well, but EggenXI8 on the verge of losing out in their life. Uzm, what a turn knock! Even though he only had 1 HP, he still strikes back. A venomous snake in the back lines. Uzm is not a man to be messed around with. A1NB, especially a team that has not been able to find that success, but eventually Uzm was way too low. I guess did not even have time to met up because the back was against the wall. He needed to make it inside the circle. That's where Uzm got shut down. Raw Esports, for them, this is the exact moment they've been waiting for. Can they be the winners of this game and take home the PMCO? Can they do it? Can they make it happen?
Maybe they can. They are trying their level best, but right now UG is also there. A51 is also there as a players of Raw Esports with those vehicles are trying to lure out the players of UG out of their covers, but that's not happening. But definitely the resources are being wasted, but a vehicle could run over coming in as Chari gets taken down.
Oh no, Raw Esports tables are now starting to get flipped against them. Undergang Slayers might just come out on top in this fight. Raw, what a big blunder that was. Undergang Slayers. Oh, they just come out on top. Raw Esports, they just lost that chance. Or maybe they grabbed it. I'm not sure what exactly is going on in the overall standings right now. But Raw Esports, they just missed out on the opportunity to pin that first spot down in their name and win the PMCO. If I'm not wrong. Oh my God, what just happened? Raw Esports, they're going to be kicking themselves in the feet. I'm not really too good at maths, but I think so. That's what has just happened. I think so. Raw just lost that first spot.
We are not so sure right now because my maths is not good, but I have to agree with you. The chances of Raw coming on the top are very slim right now. But we'll wait for the overall standings. Looking at A1NB right now, they have a clear vision onto the players of A51. Undergang Slayers, good job on their part because suddenly the tables turned. Raw Esports, they were looking so fantastic. The vehicle run over came in. UG one player was already down, but still UG kept the calm and composure and managed to eliminate the entirety of Raw Esports. And especially in that chaotic situation when they were not even prepared for that 4v4 fight. But looking at A51, yes, they do have a good compound. They're just waiting for the next circle shift and trying to spot down the players. Looks like they have spotted on Hitman, but a retaliation fire coming in from Hitman is definitely a cause of concern for A51.
Oh, A51. They need to make it inside the safe zone no matter what. The constant pressure from the side of A1NB2 is something that's really making them question themselves. A1NB, these two guys, I mean, even if they do really win this game, it's not really going to matter at the end of the day. A51 looking forward to make that pounce, and they're actually way too close as well. A1NB, Hitman is a little bit too late in pulling out his secondary weapon, and that's why he messes up, but his teammate is there with the backup. Beautiful nade to shut down A51. A1NB, at least, maybe they can go out with a bang. But UG, they're on their way towards the players of A1NB. They're here to punish A1NB, not even giving them a chance, a time to recover. But already they've managed to patch themselves up. So UG, they need to be a little bit more cautious with this approach. UG looking forward to claim that high ground. This battle now finally breaks out. DBS of close and personal is always going to shine through. Shuts down the first man. Now UG, they're down to just this one last man alive. Even he pulls out the DBS. Wadu, a known legend in this scene. Can he make this 1v2 possible? Can A1NB win this game too? Anything can happen at this point in time. And yes, it's A1NB who take an exit from this tournament with a bang.
Well, A1NB finally gets a winner chicken dinner for themselves, and UG coming on the second spot. A good job. We were, especially you were asking, why is ANB not able to perform? Why there is so many communication issues? But looks like in the very last game of PMCO 2023, they have fixed those communication issues and worked as a unit, worked as a team, played as a team, and that has resulted in a beautiful winner chicken dinner for them.
I mean, not really as a team, right? When you've just got 2 players alive, you can't really say as a team. But once again, you need to understand this was the last game of the grand finals itself. So a lot of the teams already gave up mentally. So it is understandable. Even the previous game, we saw DRS take a chicken dinner. Even that chicken dinner was something that you cannot really count on. Even this chicken dinner is something that you cannot really count on that you've improved. So I would still say there's a lot of improvements to go through, not just A1NB, a lot of the teams that were not being able to perform throughout this tournament. There's so many things these guys need to improve on, but I'm pretty sure in the future they will try their best to iron things out. As you've got the A1NB entire roster in front of us, and the overall rankings are still hidden. We do not know where A1NB has positioned themselves, but the total elimination of 13 and 23 points and damage dealt is going to be 2364.
That's quite a lot of damage that they were dishing out, and yes, the overall rank is still hidden. We will soon find out, but we know for sure ANB is not in the top 5, or maybe they are in top 10 after this performance. That could be a possibility. We will find out soon, because our production is very smart. They don't want to reveal any suspense for now. But Raw Esports, speaking of Raw Esports, what does your math say? Are there any chances of Raw coming in the top on the first spot?
I mean, I'm not sure, man. HORAA Esports, they already had a solid lead to begin with. And now that Raw Esports sort of missed out on that opportunity, I'm not really sure, considering we did not even get a chance to see the overall standings in the previous game or after the previous game. So it's really tough to say. I'm pretty sure Raw Esports have missed out. They should be on the second spot, really close for the first, but I highly doubt they have made it to the first. DRS too. They had a solid game. They were not doing too bad, right? They were getting those elimination points. They were playing pretty proactive. But unfortunately, I don't think so that proactivity is enough. HORAA Esports had a solid, I think so, 10 points lead when the last time we saw the overall standings.
And the thing is, HORAA Esports, they have been consistent. They have been getting those average points in every single game. On the other side, for Raw Esports, few games, they shined really good. A few games, they took a very early exit. Just like the first Miramar, they were sitting on the 16th spot. So the inconsistency is the reason, if at all, Raw is not on the first spot. I would blame the inconsistencies coming in. Maybe the next time we see Raw Esports, they'll be more consistent.
Maybe. There's a lot of maybes, ifs, and buts. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and take a look at the MVP of that previous game. Who was the man who managed to outshine a lot of these players? Because that's something we need to find out. And considering, I think so, it has to be someone from AGONXI. These guys are pushing up close and personal, but no, instead, it's Hitman from A1NB who managed to get 5 eliminations with 1360 damage wrapped up. Solid stuff from Hitman with 4 assists and 25-45 survival time with 6 knockouts. But ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, we are also going to be taking a look at the overall standings. I just can't find out who is going to be on the first spot. Oh, what?
Ooh.
AGONXI was the one to take it home? We all thought that HORAA is probably going to be the winners, but no, instead it's AGONXI 8. HORAA is on the second spot. AGONXI definitely has shook all of us. Oh boy, it is an astonishing affair indeed, but HORAA Esports, valiant effort from them.
Well, certainly valiant effort from the side of AGONXI 8, and day 2 was completely different from day number 1, because today only they managed to get those 2 winner chicken dinner for themselves. And look at the amount of elims. They have got the highest elimination points, highest placement points. It's not just like they're not playing the perfect balance gameplay. There's a perfect balance between the placement and the elimination point. They're focusing on the rotation. They were focusing on those elims also.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, you guys have clearly seen your PMCO winners. They're going to be AGONXI 8 with 121 points. They have managed to win this PMCO 2023 South Asia. Indeed, a massive statement being made from them, but HORAA Esports, way too close, but still quite far. Then as you do move on forward towards the latter half of the board, FPG, a team that showcased some brilliance on day one, unfortunately it was a big downfall for them on day two. They were not even able to perform inside one single game. And then the rest of the teams, DRS Gaming, bad performance. One thing is that's for sure. Vikings not being able to do that great as well, but at least getting that chicken dinner at the end of the day, that's something that's okay.
Well, certainly getting a chicken dinner is something DRS was focusing on, and maybe next time we'll see a stronger DRS, because few seasons DRS shine, few seasons they are not able to perform up to their best. Noob Alliance is also one of those names that really need to work on, or maybe find out what's not going right for them. But looking at the elimination leaders, we have Crypto of VikingxSS with 33 elims and huge damage number. And speaking of damage, well, Sleepy has got the highest damage from Raw Esports with 30 elims.
Yeah, I mean, Sleepy was one of those consistent fraggers inside South Asia, inside this PMCO, but then Crypto just takes it over later on with 33 eliminations wrapped up. Solid stuff. This is what Crypto's known for. He is one of the best players that South Asia has to offer, that Pakistan region has to offer. And Crypto, once again, just making a statement. This man, the grind always pays off for this guy. Mullik 2 with 29, Rogue with 23, and this guy with 21. In general, HORAA Esports, one thing is for sure, these guys are going to be kicking themselves because they got eliminated in the final few moments. Even they pretty much know if they stayed alive for a couple of more positions, maybe that wouldn't have happened. But then Agon Excited, they just came in like a storm and they just pretty much took it over. They are going to be your winners of the PMCO 2023 South Asia.
Well, certainly they are the winners of PMCO 2023 South Asia. Again, excited, but valiant effort from the side of HORAA Esports, Raw Esports.